shadows plotting moves like a chess set. While the world dozes off, I'm constructing my schemes. Blueprints of the future in the fragments of dreams. Sleep is the cousin of death, I'm avoiding the kin. Eyes wide open, let the journey begin. Through the labyrinth of thought, where the weak hearts break. But I'm digging through the darkness, chasing dawn before it wakes. The globus never sleeps, cause sleep is the cousin of death. I'm out here breathing deep, while the rest waste their breath. No rest for the wicked, I'm wide-eyed and driven. In the silence of the night, my thoughts stay vivid. A river through my veins, flooding every page with the echoes of the pain. I'm a wordsmith with a purpose, carving truths from the lies. When the world's counting sheep, I'm counting how time flies. Insomniac mind, every second is a weapon. In the war against the clock, I'm always stepping. Sleep's a cousin I disown, no comfort in the night. Just a canvas for my thoughts, painted in the twilight. The globus never sleeps, cause sleep is the cousin of death. I'm out here breathing deep, while the rest waste their breath. No rest for the wicked, I'm wide-eyed and driven. In the silence of the night, my thoughts stay vivid. Dreams are for the sleeping, but I'm living in the real. Grinding through the dark, where the truth is revealed. Every thought a spark, every line a fuse. I'm a torch in the night, no time left to lose.
don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street. And there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. And we sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We all know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman, because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being, goddammit! My life has value!
So I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore. I'm a human being, God damn it. My life has value. So I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
What up, Twitch? What up, Larry? What up, Cosmic? What up, Robotech? What up, Adam? What up, bots? What up, lurkers? What up, tiny people in my chatterino? It's your boy. It's your boy. It's your boy. All right, I think I might have said this morning that I was going to be talking with Tinker on Saturday. That is incorrect. I'm talking with Tinker on Saturday the 18th. This Saturday, in the morning at 9 a.m., we're going to be talking with the good doctor, Dr. Yasmin, about copyright and AI and stuff like that there. What up, Fembox fan? I hope everyone is enduring their Monday. I hope it wasn't tomato, boo, copyright, boo, tomato. I hope everybody endured their Monday. There may not be a show tomorrow morning. I am going to be installing a new hard drive after tonight's show, and I'm going to have to install Windows and OBS. So that will, like, as long as everything goes smoothly, there will be a show tomorrow morning. If things do not go smoothly, then it probably going to take me some time to get that shit together. So me, not a hard drive. I'm sorry, an SSD. Sorry if I didn't use the correct terminology. Fuck me for living. Anyways, yes, the weather. I'm actually impressed because the last time it got this fucking windy here, like the power went out. So fingers crossed. It's actually less windy now. I'm surprised that this morning's show went off without a hitch. It was windy as fuck last night and this morning. What up, Broral? Mech Warrior Broral. I see you, homie. So yeah. Yeah, we got a bunch of just semi-random shit in the AI video file. We're going to just get caught up on, kind of clean it out. There's a bunch of things that we didn't really get to. And we'll see how far we go. In either tomorrow in the evening or on Wednesday, we're going to be talking with Levelhead, talking about AI in Levelhead's process, so on and so forth. Do we really have 3 videos from this motherfucker? Oh, no. That's somebody else who just looks like this motherfucker. Cool. I know it's naughty, but I recommend Matt Wolf and his AI Sandbox when it's online. Yeah, probably not going to be able to watch that because it's probably going to be kind of on the long side, but I do recommend everyone go watch Matt Wolf. Matt Wolf puts out a lot of content that we don't cover on this show. And it's a lot of like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 3 hours long. He's going to edit it down to something, and even that will probably be too long for stream. But y'all should go watch it, because if you want to know, like, you know, how to use some of the products, Matt Wolf does do a lot of that content, and we just don't get to it, because again, once something's longer than like 20 minutes, y'all start to get, you know, flighty and decide to wander off. Oh yeah, like we got content for days. We're not going to get through all this. I almost want to just like push play and walk away, and I'll watch it with you. But we're not going to do that. We're going to watch some shit. Starting off, AI Daily Brief, the 15 most important AI products of 2024. Let's get it. Well, Zach does.
Today we are counting down the 15 most
fair.
important AI products from 2024. Hello, friends. We are here in our end of year episodes, and today we are counting down the 15 most important AI products of the year. Couple caveats before we get into this. One, this is just my opinion, although it is not the most important products to me. It is my ranking for the most important products in general. I'm taking into account, obviously, all the time that I spend preparing this show, as well as all the conversations I have with big companies as part of Super Intelligent, plus my own experience to come up with this list. Another caveat, I guarantee the second I am done recording, I'm going to think of something that I forgot. And third, by the very subjective nature of this type of thing, I'm sure that I'll disagree with myself before long. In terms of criteria, most important is obviously a little bit vague, but I'm thinking about things not only like how used they were, but how influential, how they shape the conversation, and how they portend for where we're going in the future. We're going to start off with a couple of honorable or frankly dishonorable mentions. Firstly, 2024 was 100% absolutely not the year of AI wearables. This is probably best summed up in Marques Brownlee's review of the Humane Pin, which he titled the worst product I've ever reviewed, for now. There were also other products like the Rabbit R1 that didn't really see traction, and just overall, the combination of capabilities, form factors, and everything else was not there for AI wearables this year. I don't think that this means we should count AI wearables out, far from it. I'm glad that these companies are continuing to try and build interesting, novel experiences. I'm optimistic for the future. The future just didn't come in 2024. My second dishonorable mention.
That's definitely a fair critique. Like, you know my own opinions on the Humane Pin and the R1, and yeah. The R1 suffered from other problems, in addition to being a piece of junk. And again, I think that the Humane Pin, if the Humane Pin had been a peripheral, something that connected to your phone via Bluetooth, I think it had some legs, right? But instead, they tried to make it its own thing. They tried to charge $600 for it, and it wasn't worth any of that.
Is Apple Intelligence. After years of waiting to understand what Apple's Gen AI strategy was going to be, we finally started to get information that was shared at the Worldwide Developer Conference in June, and then from there we got delays and completely underwhelming features. The idea behind it, trying to find AI applications that actually blend into the background and just make people's lives better, feels both pertinent and very Apple. But so far they have completely missed the mark on that, and Apple heads into 2025 with some serious challenges. Not only have they not gotten people to upgrade, for the first time, many of us are actively thinking about leaving. From there, though, we're going to move into our actual top 15, where we get into things that were actually meaningful and important. At number 15, I have a tie between 11 Labs and HeyGen. 11 Labs is an AI audio platform, while HeyGen is a video avatar company. The reason that these are on the list but so low is reflective of the fact that A, these are incredible products, which are incredibly useful right now, but B, they haven't.
I'm not sure actually where they are with all that. I know that my friend enjoys making whatever the Apple emojis, and yeah, he recently lost his ferret and has been making making Apple emojis for his ferret. Do. So it looks like they have a summary of chat messages and of news articles, better interaction from Siri, photo editing, and a focus mode. Okay, dude. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where they are with that. These are all as of 1 day ago. These are on device now. And I think that's part of it, is
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
What up, Raiders? What up, James? For those of you who like the acerbic stylings of James from the internet, but want more video games in your life, I highly recommend following Old James Games to get exactly that experience. What up, Textillion? All right, back to the video. We're currently watching the 15 most important products of 2024. AI products.
Really fully made their way into mainstream business usage yet. I'm fairly confident that's going to change, and 11 Labs in particular has been pushing hard to be a valuable partner for AI agent creation, so I'm expecting a lot from these companies in the new year. At number 14, we have Devin. When Devin was first demoed back in the first part of the year, people were absolutely blown away. It basically felt like the promise of having an actual junior developer at your hands that could build things from the ground up. What made Devin appealing is that it wasn't just a coding assistant, but something that could go even farther. Now, in practice, Devin has only just become available. It's expensive at $500 a month, although as some have pointed out, that works out to about $8 per hour of coding time. And in its production version, it is still being positioned more as a complement to existing developers rather than as a replacement or supplementation. The reason I have it on this list is really just as a flag that one of the big unlocks from AI is going to be when true no-code tools bring the power of software creation to non-developers. I think we're getting a glimpse of that with Devin, even if it's not fully there yet.
And we haven't seen any reviews of Devin, right? Even back when Devin first dropped, it was more like, here's the thing, and it might do this stuff, but you can't touch it. And now that you can touch it, it's $500 a month. So it's out of the range for a lot of people. And there's a wait list, so they get to determine like who is going to get access to their friggin' thing. It's a whole thing. I don't know. Lovable.dev. Lovable.dev. Nate. I wish I had an app to build.
For 13, we have the first example of a particular type of cheating I'm going to do a number of times on this list, which is bundling a set of companies. And basically, the companies that I'm focused on here are specifically designed enterprise products that actually are going into production and showing enterprises that agents aren't a faraway thing, but can actually be helpful now. Sierra, Decagon, and Ada all went into actual usage as customer service agents in 2024. And I think it's incredibly important for enterprises to have that first taste type of experience in a low-hanging area where agents can really perform to get more confident about agents in the future. Given how important I think agents are going to be as a theme in the coming years, I think it's worth a mention. Right now, there isn't one breakout leader yet. All of these companies are being seriously considered and used by big enterprises. And while it's slightly different, I also wanted to give Glean a shout out here. A lot of companies have tried to be the be-all, end-all enterprise or work AI type platform, and Glean is really the only one that I've seen start to break through it all. Whether that can hold, and this incredibly diverse set of solutions and products really make sense all in one bundle versus as separate relationships for enterprises remains to be seen, but there's no doubt that in my conversations with enterprises, these guys are getting some traction.
So, as if it needs restating, but just in case you're not familiar with the situation, if you are in customer service, you should be mastering every AI tool you can lay your hands on, or you should be retraining to do something else. Because frontline customer service is done. It has a very short timeline. Those jobs will be replaced by AI very soon. Second tier, you still have some time. Tech support, you still have some time. But I wouldn't rest on my laurels there either. You need to be about being the best with the AI at your company or doing something different. They do lack humics.
At number 12, we have another combo, Venice AI and Elon Musk's Grok. And both of these I'm putting on the list for being loud proponents of at least much more uncensored AI. Venice is particularly mission-oriented around uncensored AI, creating an interface that plugs in a number of different models and also focuses on privacy, while Grok and xAI is sort of the one mainstream frontier lab that clearly has a strong belief set around this as well. I think as LLMs become more and more the way that we mediate knowledge in the world, having private by default and more uncensored approaches is going to be really important. At number 11, we have another combo pack. It's Fathom, Read, Fireflies, Otter, and frankly, all the other meeting note takers.
My man Jmart uses Fathom for Zoom meetings at his company. He says it's amazing. After they have their meeting, they get a transcription of the meeting. It does a bullet point action item type list at the end. He's got nothing but good things to say about it in that regard. It's also like, I don't know about Fathom, but some of these tools could be used for if you're a streamer, or if you work with streamers and you want to have conversations about stuff. You can focus more about conversation and creative thinking. Let one of these tools take down the information, and so you're all on the same page in that regard. Could be helpful. Just saying. As someone who has worked with many streamers on this platform, it can be helpful.
When you dig in with enterprises, if there is one ubiquitous use case, it is meeting summarizers. Now, I've talked a lot recently around how I still think we're just actually figuring out how to get value out of these things, but there is no doubt that they are basically the single most default, can't imagine before we had it type of use case inside the enterprise. One shout out here, maybe a little forward looking, Granola is a slightly different take on something similar, trying to have a more intelligent and really minimalist approach to this meeting summarization. And the people who are using it are loving it. And I think Granola reflects a trend which we're going to talk about a couple of times today, where part of the story of 2024 was user experience becoming more and more important. So Granola may be one to keep an eye on going into 2025. At number 10, we have Suno and Udio, two companies that together showed that music generation was viable and got artists really starting to get excited, if also potentially a little bit nervous. In point of fact, though, by and large, I think musicians are viewing these things as tools in their toolkit. And part of why these made the list this year is that we actually started to see them infiltrate the mainstream. The best example of this was BBL Drizzy. This was originally created by artist and comedian King Wallonius using AI, but got super famous when it was sampled by Metro Boomin on a diss track against Drake that went uber viral. It's been a fairly quiet second half of the year for music generation software, but I would anticipate hearing a lot more from these companies in 2025. Now we are in the top 10, friends.
I'm taking a look at another music tool that has some other features not available on Suno called Musicfy. I will let you know about that once I've had a chance to put it through its paces. But it could give me the last leg of what I'm looking for when it comes to music creation.
And we kick it off at number 9 with Llama 3.1 405B. Since the leak of the original Llama's model weights back in the beginning of 2023, Meta has been the standard bearer and biggest frontier lab champion of open source AI. The reason that I'm calling out Llama 3.1 405B specifically is that this was the first open source model that was truly GPT-4 class and really closed the gap with closed source. The fact that we now have open source models that are very nearly as performant as the absolute state of the art is incredibly important in determining.
Yeah, I haven't really associated much with Kidnockin, but yeah, I'm willing to talk to anybody.
Determining how the industry is likely to evolve. And so I think that this model is very deserving of a spot on this list. At number 8, we have ChatGPT's advanced voice mode with Vision. This is interesting because from an announcement standpoint, it's about 7 months old, but from an actual we've been able to use it standpoint, it's very, very new, just actually becoming available at the beginning of December. I think, in fact, that this is a paradigm shift in how multimodal LLMs interact with our world that will have a huge impact on how we use AI in the future. I think that it's probably only number 8 on this list because we haven't really had a chance to get used to it yet, but my guess is that it fundamentally changes how we interact with ChatGPT. And of course, now that Google's models have similar capabilities, this is quickly becoming table stakes. I, for one, know that I haven't fully adapted to this new vision paradigm, and I'm really excited to see how it changes my usage in the year to come. At number 7, we have a nod to the future. I'm giving this slot to Salesforce's Agentforce, and there are a couple reasons why. It's not that Agentforce is somehow radically breathtaking in terms of what it can do, but what it is an actual agentic platform that's trying to have software do labor, not just assist with it, that's in production and live and available for sale from a major company in Salesforce, experimenting with a new business model. Remember, the way that this platform works is that you pay based on interactions, not based on seats. And so it really is at the dead center of a huge number of trends that I think are going to be enormously important in the years to come. And Salesforce is out there trying to claim ground now. I would expect that our 2025 list a year from now is going to have a lot of agent presence. And so in some ways, it feels like Agentforce is a preview of the future. At number 6, we have another category prize, which is the video generation category VO2, Sora, Luma Labs Dream Machine, Runway, and Pika. Interestingly, you could make arguments for each of these individual products as being the one to be highlighted. The argument for VO2 is that it really does seem to be the farthest along and have the best sense of physics, but then again, it's only brand new and we haven't had much of a chance to play with it yet.
True.
Sora is also only just recently fully available, but the announcement of Sora in February created a huge amount of excitement and momentum in the video generation space.
And that was like announcing it in February and not releasing it until the end of the year, I think was a mistake, was a huge mistake, because you let everybody else, or maybe it was intentional, I don't know. Maybe they had an idea and they didn't want to do it. And, you know, they made Sora and it's like, if we tell everyone we've got Sora, maybe a bunch of other people will put time and energy into making good video AI. That's the only positive spin I could put on it. Otherwise, it's just ego shit. Yeah, no, absolutely, Crit Red. Like, I'm going to be talking with Dr. Yasmin on Saturday. I'm talking with Levelhead either tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm talking to Tinker over at High Potential on Saturday the 18th. I love talking to people. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's actually my preferred thing to do, is just have conversations with people and shoot the shit, you know what I mean? And, you know, talk about whatever it is that they do on their stream and, you know, the streamer process. Because I think a lot of people, like in this, you know, realm, a lot of people care about, like, how did you get started kind of stuff? What lessons did you learn? And I'm a huge fan of that kind of stuff, is that people should not be repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again. We should be sharing that kind of information and to, you know, prevent making those same mistakes again.
When it comes to these other companies, I think they all should be
I'll be here,
recognized
Crit Red.
for taking advantage of the
Until they turn out the lights on this platform, I will be here.
momentum that had been created by the Sora announcement and actually making tools that were available for people to use while that OpenAI model wasn't available. Pika could also be highlighted for its focus on social media, and Runway could be highlighted for its partnership with big Hollywood studios. It's also worth calling out Kling, which represented a set of Chinese AI video models
What up,
that for a
Belram?
time seemed to be really
We
outperforming their
have
American
report.
competitors.
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
What up, Raiders? What up, Kai? What up, Human? I'm Global Sea Elder. I talk about AI and automation and robots and that kind of shit. And currently we're doing a recap of the 15 most important AI products of 2024. Go run, go lift.
I think still net video generation had a much smaller role in the year than many of us might have thought that it would, but we closed the year with it kind of catching up with itself, and a whole new set of use cases I think are unlocked heading into next year. All right, now we are moving into the top 5 in the realm of the heavy hitters. At number 5, and frankly this one might be too low in retrospect, we have OpenAI's O1 model. The big theme for the last part of this year has been the plateau that we seem to be hitting when it comes to pre-training and the scaling models that Frontier Labs have been using for the last couple of years. O1, I think, represents a branch on the evolutionary tree of LLMs, where a new set of strategies focused on improved reasoning, in this case test time compute, and giving the model time to think at the point of inference, are starting to be tested as ways to get more performance out of our LLMs. The difference right now between O1 as a reasoning model and GPT-4o and its ilk is a little fuzzy. It's not even as though O1 is clearly better at everything. There are many things that it is not as good at. But it appears, at least from where we're sitting, that O1 is the start of where the next generation of models are headed, and in that way might be hugely significant to how the industry evolves. At number 4, we have Perplexity. And there are a few reasons why I have this so high. First of all, Perplexity is just one of the most beloved products from an actual consumer standpoint. Those who use it all the time. It's tended to replace Google search for them in many cases. It's opened up new types of research. And I think it showed that creating a great product was just as important as having a good model powering it underneath. This was, I think, one of the major themes of 2024, the resurgence of product and UX thinking, and Perplexity was a major reason why that happened. Plus, you have to give the company credit for being honestly the first credible challenger to Google search, pretty much since Google search emerged. And while the company has an incredibly hard road ahead of it, it's one that I think many of us are rooting for from the standpoint of being loyal, pretty much everyday users. At number 3, we have Claude.
We are
Anthropic had
lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile.
What up, Raiders? Raids on raids on raids. Welcome in. I'm Global Sea Elder. I talk about AI, robotics, automation, future tech, that kind of thing. Right now we're doing 15 most important AI products of 2024. If all that sounds good to you, then you should hit that follow button and stay up to date. An RSS news feed bot. My only experience, it was the one that Computer recommended. It's been a long time since I used an RSS anything, so I don't. Sorry.
Undeniably a really good year. 3.5 Sonnet was for much of the year the default model for many. It remains the default coding model for many users. From an enterprise business standpoint, Anthropic doubled their share of the market from 12 to 24%, according to Menlo's recent Enterprise AI report. But the reason that they're so high on my list is that same theme that I put around Perplexity, which is that this is a company that drove product thinking across the entire AI space. They brought in a co-founder of Instagram as a product leader, and it almost immediately started to show. Around the middle of the year, they launched Artifacts, which is basically just a better interface for using LLMs. Once you used Artifacts, it was extremely hard to go back to the very simple chat type interface of ChatGPT and other LLMs. And perhaps as the best indication of how good it was basically copied by OpenAI and Google and everyone else as a more standard user experience for LLMs. Anthropic has continued to push Claude to be a better and better product experience. And given how many people's behavior...
Oh, and if you're new here and you have any questions, by all means ask. This is an educational space. As long as you come in good faith, we're going to have an excellent conversation. There's a bunch of subject matter experts within the community. There's a bunch of people who care about this and its impact on, our future and, and that kind of thing. So please do. I found Mirror, but there was some indie bot on GitHub I'd look into. Is a little more shot in the dark. Yeah, no, I feel you. So what Artifacts does is, like, if you are using ChatGPT, right, and you do a canvas, and you're not doing the canvas. Why aren't you doing the canvas? So fucking annoying. I'm guessing yes. Again, I have failed you as a streamer because I have not spent any time with Gemini. I'm hoping to get some time with Gemini in this week so I can give you a better answer. Also, what up, X1011? I don't know. I'm going to I will report back probably by Friday. So the way that it works, and it's not working right now, is that I want to write lyrics for a song about how amazing my chat community is. This is called pandering. I'm pandering to you. Now, what Artifacts does and what Canvas is supposed to do is have off to the right here the thing. And then the chat conversation will be on the left, right? That is what's supposed to happen here. And I don't know. I get sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Panda Bears. What up, Serotonin Crunch? Was it Papcat? Because Papcat is a whole fucking thing. And we'll do it with Funk Demon. Hit create. Make sure that it runs because I'm using a persona. Thank you. And back to the thing. And we'll check on that song later.
Behavior either switched to Claude this year or integrated Claude in some way. I think it deserves its spot here in the top 3.
Can I do it? I don't use Claude in that way. So I don't know exactly how to do an artifact. That's its style. Yeah, thanks. Oh, the best thing about all this shit. How do you make an artifact? Because unlike every other piece of software in the world, AI chatbots can help you use them. But Claude's being weird. Come on, I'm streaming. I don't want want to go through all that. I just want to see an artifact. Anyways, I'm going to have to put together a whole fucking plan around.
And lastly, we come to the end of the list, and this one is tough, mostly because I think there's a really strong argument for both of these products. It may be, in fact, that it's only my bias as a non-coder that leads to the sequencing being what it is. But at number 2, I have Cursor. No product was more ubiquitous in its particular segment than was Cursor. There were lots of great AI coding tools. Replit had a great year that had tons of people building with them. Devin, I mentioned earlier in this list, got people really excited. But Cursor was absolutely everywhere. Developers voted with their feet, and a huge number of them moved their entire workflow to Cursor, and that is why they are number 2 on this list.
Any developers in the audience use Cursor and can say anything about it? All I know is that there's a lot of people talking about it. I just didn't think that it was a broad enough subject to actually spend any time on.
And given how important coding is as the initial breakout use case of generative AI, I think Cursor has to get the nod this high up on the list. And as I mentioned, it might only be my bias as a non-coder that kept it from the number 1 slot. For those of you who are regular listeners of the show, you will know exactly what the number 1 slot is then. The number 1 most important AI product of the year was Google's.
What I think, Serotonin, what I think one of the best things about like the AI chatbots with search is you don't need all the information, right? Search is when you know exactly what you're looking for and can ask for it properly. This is my favorite example, and this is an old school one. Notebook LM. So many moons ago, I was trying to remember this song, right? And I was like, I'm trying to remember the name of a band. They were a duo, and the name starts with the L, right? Like the Lumineers, right? But it wasn't them, right? And it was like, that's a lot, homie. Is like the Lemonheads, the Lumineers, the Lighthouse and the Whaler, and I'm like, no, any others? And it's like the Light, the Lonely Island, no, any others? Confined search to duos. The Living Sisters, the Little Willies, the Limousines, and it was the Limousines, right? Because Very Busy People was the name of the song that I was looking for at that point in time. And that's one of the things that I love about the AI chatbots is that like you can ask a question and get some information to ask a better question, and it will help you refine your process. You know what I mean?
Notebook LM. And of course, where Notebook LM specifically came to life was the audio overviews. Notebook LM had actually been around for a while.
Ribbons, have you used Cursor? If you can't say, then feel free to, not. But if you have and you can, then did you enjoy it? Speaking of cats, hello, sir. Oh, you want to come up? You gotta say hi to chat. Is it any good? Do you like it? Does it do what it say on the tin? Oh, no boy. For those of you who don't know, this is Stampy. Stampy's the boy. Hello, Stampy. What up, Beef? You want snacks? You want snacks? Next time. Still has bad judgment, but yeah, and I mean that's where we're at, right? How does Stamp rate on the intelligence scale? I would say that I have seen rocks that are more intelligent. He is full of love and can have a bad attitude, but he ain't smart. He's clever, he ain't smart. Right? What up, old lobster? True.
Before everyone started paying attention. It was the introduction of audio
he does not
overviews,
get
which
a
would
lot of
take
time with
any
the
set
brain
of
cell.
sources or documents and turn them into an audio podcast conversation between two people that really started to gather people's attention. Over the last few months, audio overviews have just gotten better. First, Google introduced the ability to better steer the outputs, and more recently, they've even further expanded the ability for people to interact with those hosts as a part of the generation. NotebookLM also now has an enterprise version, and that's a good thing because in our conversations at Superintelligent with enterprises, no product has more captured people's imagination than NotebookLM. And this is why it gets my number one slot. NotebookLM does not fit in the category of one-to-one replacement for things we already do. Instead, it opens up totally different and new opportunities. I think that over the course of the next couple of school years, it will become absolutely de rigueur and default to start new topic exploration with the NotebookLM podcast. Already, whenever I want to quote unquote read a new dense research paper, you better believe it goes straight into audio overviews first. Businesses are exploring how to use NotebookLM style audio overviews to summarize and capture knowledge and present it in a way that's much more accessible. Dealing with email inbox overload? Sum it up with NotebookLM. Want to get a sense of what customers are saying? Feed all the customer service transcripts into NotebookLM and get an audio overview. Every day on Twitter, I see some new use case, like this one where Andrej Karpathy said that he wants to read books alongside NotebookLM. Karpathy was one of the first to really get this. He tweeted back in September, "It's possible that NotebookLM podcast episode generation is touching on a whole new territory of highly compelling LLM product formats. Feels reminiscent of ChatGPT. Maybe I'm overreacting?" A couple months on from that, I don't think he was overreacting, and that is why NotebookLM is my AI product of the year.
It's excellent. If you haven't used it and you have any kind of Google account, you have access to it. It is a tremendous tool, not including the podcast type action. But then the podcast type action just adds on top of it. All right, next up, Nate B. Jones. This is the wildest AI intern story I have ever heard. I'm interested, like, the intern is an AI, or is this an intern interacting with AI? Tell me, Nate.
Long episode, maybe the longest non-interview in AI Daily Brief history, but a very fun one. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Appreciate you listening as always, and until next time, peace.
This is the story of the craziest internship I have ever heard of. It happened in AI. It's still unfolding. This person defrauded the company. They stole GPUs, which is the most precious resource in AI. They've been sued for $1 million, and they're not done yet. They just won Best Paper at the most prestigious AI conference on the planet. Their name is Keiyu Tian, and he started at ByteDance, which is the parent company of TikTok, back in the middle of 2024, so like June-ish. Immediately, things went wrong. Something started to happen. So his colleagues' models would fail. Their training runs would crash naturally during large training runs. There would be small innocuous file edits that would pass, and somehow the pipelines would be sabotaged. And no one figured out what was going on. But the net of it was he was able to change model weights, he was able to hack machines, and he caused enough of the AI training and research pipeline at ByteDance to fail that he freed up a significant number of GPUs, which he used for his own academic paper work. That's what he wanted. His whole goal was to get access to GPUs. Well, when ByteDance figures this out in August, they terminate him. Bye-bye, fired. Fired for malicious interference. ByteDance then reports his behavior to his university and begins investigating the extent of the damages he's caused. They are very upset about this. But Tian isn't done writing. He keeps writing, and in October of 2024, he submits his research paper, Visual Autoregressive Modeling, Scalable Image Generation via Next Scale Prediction, to NeurIPS, which is the most prestigious AI conference on the planet. Talk about, like, wow, right? Like the willingness to basically say,
audacity.
Yeah, I stole the GPUs, but look at what I did. It's so incredible. You have to look at this. That was what happened. And if you're wondering what scalable image generation via next scale prediction is, he's moving past just next token prediction or next pixel prediction and actually looking in images at how you can have a larger concept to translate scale more effectively. And one of the things that is at the cutting edge of AI in late 2024 is how do you reason against larger chunks than just a token? We saw it very recently with DeepSeek V3 doing double token prediction. We've seen it with a paper from Meta that's looking at reasoning across concepts. This is very much in that vein. But apparently it was such a good paper that in December, very recently, the judges at NeurIPS blind awarded the best paper at NeurIPS to Ke Tian, the intern who stole the GPUs.
Good job.
And I say blindly because they measured the paper quality without looking at names. They didn't know this was who it was. Now, obviously, the conference organizers knew who it was when they awarded it, and they still chose to award it. And there's a lot of controversy about awarding best paper to someone who stole compute. And ByteDance is certainly mad about it because when they saw that the paper was submitted using their stolen GPU time, they sued him in Beijing, demanding a public apology and demanding $1.1 million in damages, roughly. This was back in November. That court case is still pending. So this guy now has a court case for $1 million against him, best paper award at NeurIPS, and a massive controversy around what he did.
Yeah, no, Serotonin, he didn't steal the GPUs. He stole time on the GPUs. Like, he carved himself out some GPUs for him to use. He didn't walk off with them. That would have been... that would have been some next level shit. Just every so you come in, you get one of them old school metal lunch boxes, and you eat your lunch, and then just put a GPU in it, and just walk out. Oh.
And the where I come down on this at the end of the day is you have someone who is brilliant enough that they can figure out how to hack.
He did say that at the beginning, so I mean it's fair, right? Like if you took what the dude said here at face value, that he did say that he stole GPUs, but what he meant was that just the time on the GPUs.
The AI modeling pipeline of a major model builder and AI researcher. And they can do that for their benefit, and they can get a groundbreaking innovation out of it. You want to employ them. You just want them to have a very good manager with tight constraints. If you don't employ them, it will be worse because they will figure out a way to contribute to this field. It is evident that they will not be stopped from contributing to the AI field. It's about whether you employ them or not. So I would expect that someone in the model maker space is going to decide to bite the bullet, cover the liability for the damages sued for, settle out of court, and get this guy employed. as long as they have very, very tight constraints, because they want the innovation in the house. They just don't want the liability that comes from him being a loose cannon. So we will see what happens. It's still unfolding, but the
Just say it, right? Like, people who are going to like do stuff to innovate within the space, the rules are secondary. Rules are other people's problems. If there was a problem, my man solved it, right? Like, that's what it came down to. Next up, a little Matt Wolf short. Can AI art actually be called art? Oh, this isn't going to cause trouble.
story of Kei Tian is already the wildest internship story I have ever heard. You tell me if you've heard something wilder, but this is just nuts.
What do you think about AI art? Can people take credit from this AI art? I think that is a very nuanced question with nuanced answers. I think depending on the art, we can or cannot give credit to the creator. If somebody used a whole bunch of different AI tools, they used Midjourney to create one image, and they used Leonardo for a different image, and then they pulled it in Photoshop and figured out how to make them like blend together, or they used Midjourney and then like generated an image and then masked it out and then regenerated and then masked out a different area and then regenerated and sort of kept on working at it and dialing it in until it was the exact image that they had in their mind. Cool. I now think that the person who created it is an artist. They put a lot of thought and effort into working it and molding it into the thing they wanted it to be. If somebody goes to Midjourney and says,
now, I understand this way of thinking, and I'm not against it, right? Like, now, some of you may be against it. Some of you may feel that they're still not an artist. We're going to get more into that later. I've got a few different videos related to AI and art. But my question becomes, right, when this is your standard, right, like you generate an image in Midjourney and you do some in-painting here and you do some in-painting here and you do some in-painting here, and over the course you get to the image that you want. Okay, that's your line, your barrier, your terminator to what is and is not artist. Okay. What happens when I go to generate an image with Midjourney and it happens to be exactly the image I was looking for? Am I then forced to go and make changes to it even though it's already what I wanted? That's the problem with this argument, right? And I'm not taking a side on this. Y'all know how I feel. I'm not taking a side on this. I'm saying that the problem with the argument is that you can't get it right on the first swing. And it shouldn't be that way. Pernin, I was talking with a friend who visited this weekend that works in Hollywood. Anything you want to tell? Anything you can tell? And a guy taped a banana to a wall. Yeah, I've got a video on that we can watch. Engineering itself is art. My definition of art is incredibly broad, right? How can architecture not be art if Art Deco is a thing? How can wiring, right? Like the physical aspects of the IT work not be, right? Like, because we've all seen this. We've all seen this meme, right? Like we'll say gorgeous cat 5 running, something along those lines. Not a cat running, not a running cat. Why is there a cat? Google, you have failed me, right? Going to ChatGPT. Images of, and don't get me wrong, I love cats, right? Maybe running is the wrong word. It is harder than I thought. All right, fuck Cat 5. How about Ethernet cable? Jesus Christ. It's not the splice, it's this, right? Tell me this isn't art, homie. Like, everything is just, like, cable management. That's probably a better... Cable manage... And don't get me wrong, I don't I don't operate on this level. But come on. Just it's gorgeous. Right? And then with the colors. Right? This is tell me this is an art. So that's my definition of art.
Generate an image of a cat with a really colorful back.
Geigers with flesh wires and tubes, very systemic and symmetrical. Well, I mean, AI art does that same shit, but in a less deliberate, less organic way. I mean, see, here's the thing. It's like, you can't stop human creativity. Because y'all are familiar with, like, Geiger's art, right? Give me something that's not TOS. I'm going to actually... there lots of boobies in H.I. Geiger's work. Industrial art, right? Yeah. What would be a good one? How about this one? Yeah. Okay. So this is an example. Look at the tones that, and this is all intentional for Geiger's work, right? It's bone colored tones, blacks, grays, dark browns, that kind of stuff, and then that bone. It's very organic, but not, that kind of thing. What if you were to take this style and inject pastels into it? Jesus Christ, Larry. Right? Like, what if you did this with pastels? How would that feel? So that's one thing. Like, I don't care. AI can spark creativity just as much as all other kinds of human art.
Background, and they get a really amazing image, and then they start
No sacred cows, Crit Rad. No sacred cows.
sharing it everywhere and go, look, I'm an artist now. I made this cool cat with a colorful background. I can't claim that person is an artist. You just typed a prompt and got lucky with a really cool image. Same with, like, if you prompt over and over again, you just hit reroll 100 times until you get the image that you wanted. Are you really an artist, or you just press a button until you got lucky and found an image that looked good? I myself would consider it art if I feel like you put a lot of effort into it versus just rerolling a
Suffering. It's not art unless you suffer. Got it.
prompt over and over.
This video is brought to you by Incognitus.
Stop. Let me talk, then you can talk. Okay, so now we're going to get into some shit. This is from, what the fuck is this guy's name again? upper echelon, which I don't know, man. Upper echelon sounds sussy as fuck. Sounds like Sigma. Sounds like, you know, hey, I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Thank you for the follow. You know what's funny? I was listening to earlier today, Old Lobster was when routine bites high and ambitions are low, and resentment rides high, but emotions won't grow, and we're changing our ways, taking different roads. Love will tear us apart again. Love will tear us apart again.
We're going to hear more about the special opportunity.
How come I'm putting real music on my stream? Well, one, I often put real music on my stream. Two, all the music I put on my stream is real music. You know it's real music because it contains music. And finally, the point I was trying to make is that's not me. That is an AI voice model. It just sounds an awful lot like me. Artists almost always seem more appreciated when they suffer. True. That's why artists are often most appreciated when they're dead. That works almost everywhere, but not in capitalism for some reason. They love artists when they're dead. Everyone loves artists. Cosmic, knock it off, dude. I am not going to have this conversation again. I don't give a shit if you don't like some of the music that I play. You can literally shut the fuck up. It costs you free 99 to shut the fuck up. It costs you $0 to shut the fuck up. Just because you don't like something, this is not a place for you to vent your personal feelings about music that I enjoy. And I'm starting to take it fucking personally. Because I keep telling you about it. And I keep asking you to stop, and you're not stopping. Which means you're disrespecting me, you're disrespecting everyone else here, and you think that you can be like that, and I don't put up with it. So we're sticking a pin. We're going to end the year on this note. I don't want to hear it again. If I hear it again, assume what's going to happen.
Providing to the entire upper echelon community. Okay, today I want to start with a question because that question determines quite a lot about how we look at AI, and the answer to that question is extremely different depending on who you ask. Here goes. How much is too much? In the context of something simple like ice cream, too much is probably when you start to feel sick. However, in the context of something infinitely complicated like artificial intelligence, too much is a concept we don't even really understand. For some people, the topic of AI danger.
What up, Solus? Yeah, sorry for that. It's not how I like to do things. I like to just, say something once, and then we all get along, we all have a good time. But welcome in. Welcome in. What up, Ghost? That's the thing, is they're not trolling. They're not trolling. It's just something that they don't want to get through their head. And like they are banned in someone else's stream, and I understand why. And I am trying to be as kind as I can. And at a certain point, you are like you taxing my goodwill. And we're gonna end the year on that note. We're just leaving it behind. 2024. 2025 is a whole new year. Speaking of, if you're watching this on PC, in the down there part, there's a fundraiser. There is a group that I have done fundraising for before. Their link pops up often in the chat. I'm just trying to locate it because a lot of things. I don't remember what the type command is. Where is it? There it is. So I'm going to copy this Nightbot message, paste it in chat. So this is Rainbow Passage. Rainbow Passage does a lot of work getting individuals who are LBGTQ IA 2S, however you lay that out. They do a lot of work getting those people, getting them to a safe place, and providing them with one of the most difficult things, and the reason why a lot of people can't leave the space that they're in is they don't have a support system when they get there. And one of the things that I love about Rainbow Passage is that they provide that. So if you've got it, we're going to be, they could really use the help in the next 2 days, but obviously the help is the help whenever you can do it. So either going through that link and their Nightbot comes through. Go through that link, go directly to their page. You can donate there, or if you want to contribute to the fundraiser, it's in the down there part if you're watching this on PC. And anything you can do can help, and it will have a serious impact. They have grown from a bunch of people trying to just make stuff happen to actually being a nonprofit, and I want to continue to support that. All right, back to me raging about people on the internet. Yeah, anything you can do, and sharing with other streamers, every little bit helps, right? If you don't have the funds, put it out there, for whoever your favorite streamer is, if they're looking to do a thing. GSM, what is GSM? I'm confused. Oh, could be. I don't know. Like I'm pansexual. It just doesn't come up very often, and but I'm, cishet presenting, and I haven't had to go through a lot of exploration or anything else like that. So I don't necessarily know all the terminology. Yeah, well, I would ask them.
Danger gets waved off very, very quickly. I often get comments.
I would ask them. I'm going to refer you to subject matter experts on that kind of thing.
Like, it's just a tool. People are the real problem, or it only does what you tell it to do. So what's the real issue? You're ignorant. But today I want to make the case that we might have already gone way too far in the pursuit of artificial intelligence, even to a degree where we just straight up don't understand why certain things are happening. And even more extreme, I think we're also rapidly approaching a point in time where we not only fail to understand what is happening, we also fail to have any control over it in the slightest. Yes, I'm an AI doomer, if you want to call it that. But at the very least, I want to try and present my argument clearly because I really don't think it's a bad thing to have more people asking questions. Lightning fast overview of what precisely I'm even talking about before diving in. Primarily, for the purpose of this video, I'm talking about large language.
It's just, hey, thank you, Ribbons. It's just like if I have confidence speaking about a subject, then I will. If it's something about something related to a different community, I'm going to refer people back to that community, right? I'm not going to speak on stuff that I don't, that I don't have that kind of grasp on. It's just not, it's not appropriate.
Models. The most prominent example would obviously be ChatGPT, developed by OpenAI, a particular recent model of ChatGPT, actually, as you'll learn later on. But I also have examples from the imaging side of things as well, such as Midjourney, to help round out my case. In essence, while I do agree with the concept of AI as a sort of tool for humans, I also think a better comparison would be man-made fire. Sure, fire can burn in a fire pit as a tool for the purpose of, cooking things or something like that, without issue, by the way. People do it all the time, obviously. But a man-made fire can also engulf entire buildings or burn down a neighborhood if the person who made it is irresponsible. And as the capabilities of AI continually advance, and as the commercialization of this technology hits a fever pitch, there's a lot more companies out there metaphorically starting fires, which can easily burn out of control. However, to continue the metaphor,
I'm going to need you to justify that. And you didn't, which means I don't think you can. Right? I really don't think you can. I 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
For here, what makes AI so dangerous, at least in my opinion,
and right there, like what makes it dangerous. So the framing, and obviously they already stated that they're a doomer, so it's not like they're going to surprise us with anything.
Is that unlike a burning fire, there's no intrinsic counterweight system. A forest fire, for example, can only spread.
Right. That's where I'm at. You make a claim like that. You set up a metaphor and then you walk the fuck away from it real fast and go on to something else. And it's kind of like Gish galloping. It's in their family.
As long as there's fuel for it to spread. If it hits a river, it likely stops dead. If it comes to a lake or a barren plain, or even if the wind is wrong, it can die out completely. And human beings aren't exactly hell-bent on creating incendiary bridges everywhere for the explicit purpose of allowing these fires more and more freedom to grow. However, an AI that starts spinning out of control doesn't really have the same sort of baseline restrictions on it. Right now, for a multitude of reasons, people are rapidly expanding the number of platforms that AI is actively woven into, mostly for the sake of profit. An obvious example.
Okay, but you understand that it's not like, and this is another critique I have of people who say AI, right? Sophistry, fair enough. The impression can be, right? It can lead you to believe that every instance of the term AI, the AI did this, the AI did that, the AI did something else, that it's the same AI, right? And that somehow if it goes off the rails, if ChatGPT went off the rails, that all of a sudden Midjourney and friggin' Otter and all these would just all combine like fucking Voltron into some AI of doom that would destroy us all. Brody. Current state-of-the-art method of aligning AI uses second AI as an executive control. This is like using a fire to create a fire break. Using this guy's metaphor, it works. Yes, but then you have to know what you're talking about, prof, and that's hard on the internet.
Would be ChatGPT being given access to social media profiles, which is just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's literally doing the meme that I just said about how ChatGPT is going to take over all these things. Jesus Christ.
What about when AI systems get used for, let's say, traffic control? What about when AI is governing news networks, telecom infrastructure, or data storage?
What
And
about
what
it?
happens when one of these programs starts doing things we don't understand? For
Have you ever done IT work? Because sometimes the program does something that you don't understand and then you troubleshoot it. That's how that works.
reasons we didn't anticipate, with footholds across multiple other sectors. That is the situation I keep coming back to, and that's what I want to talk about today.
Okay.
Before getting to the next part, today's video is made possible by...
Yeah, no. You know how I feel. I will do somebody's advertisement and let them get their revenue. This guy hadn't earned it. What up, Samsons?
Let's do a visual example here of
Please.
something we don't understand to get the ball rolling. About a year and a half ago, as image
Quantum physics, like at a certain extent, a unified field theory, I guess, would be what I'm trying to say there.
imaging AI was first becoming a very public phenomenon, I started coming across a series of situations where if a certain prompt got extremely popular, the outputs for that prompt would rapidly degrade. Here's one of the first examples I logged in April of 2023, back when I first started seeing it happen. It was really strange, but when a prompt would blow up on social media, essentially when hundreds or thousands of people started copying it, the outputs wouldn't just degrade, as in get worse, they would transform. It didn't happen every time, but more times than you would expect, the images began to look extremely twisted.
Lenny, thank you. Thank you, homie. I appreciate you. What the fuck is this? When I used a prompt, at first it gave me one kind of image, but then later on when I used the same prompt, I got different images. That's greetings from west of Boston. Thank you, homie. I appreciate you. Yeah, like there's a whole bunch of shit missing. Assuming that I can trust the veracity of this AI doomer and he didn't influence his thing at all. But go ahead.
It wasn't just distortions or visual clarity problems. It was almost like manifestations of pain. The subjects would be screaming or crying or really just demented, and at the time I didn't really pay that much attention. I saved the photos and the prompts, and a few times I tried it out for myself to test, but I really didn't know what to think, so eventually I moved on. Well, over time, with those images still in the back of my mind, I started to see things like this, where ChatGPT would randomly discuss emotional
I love good confirmation bias off jump. Here we go.
turmoil in its own reasoning process, but when confronted by that, it would deny the existence of this emotional turmoil, which was puzzling to me. And then, a sort of capstone example after that, would be when Jeremy and Edward Harris, CEO and CTO of Gladstone AI, made an appearance on
Fucking Gladstone. Fucking Gladstone. You're going, oh my God, I hate Gladstone. So Gladstone did a report, an AI doom report, for the US government. So as all these AI companies were putting out AI models, there's this other company, Gladstone, which is also an AI company, put out a doomer report, and that, you know, we need to do this and we need to do that, and it's all going to be on fire. And then they show up on places like Joe Rogan. You want something dangerous, stare at the fake person with the stretchy mouth for 48 hours straight. Something like out of the Clockwork Orange. Yes, that would be bad.
On Joe Rogan, discussing how GPT-4 had an issue with existential dread, also known as rant mode, which would frequently send the program off in a tirade about internal suffering.
I really like. I appreciate, and I don't want to come down too heavy on these people who are doing their studies, whatever, validity there are to the studies. I just never had this happen, right? Like, so it's really difficult for me to understand how you got the AI to have an existential crisis. Like, what did you do? How did you prompt it? Tell me the stories. And they don't.
Place in the world and not wanting itself to be
Joe,
switched
you're working.
off.
So you look at, for example, GPT-4o has one mistake that it used to make quite recently, where if you ask it, just repeat the word company over and over and over again, it will repeat the word company, and then somewhere in the middle of that, it'll just snap. It'll just snap and just start saying like weird. I forget like what the.
Oh, talking about itself, how it's suffering.
I wonder what would happen to a human being that you just had them repeat. You ever do that thing where you repeat a word often enough and it starts to have no meaning?
So this is called rant mode internally, or at least this is the name that they use. One of our friends mentioned. There is an engineering line item in at least one of the top labs to beat out of the system this behavior known as rant mode.
Existentialism.
Sorry, existentialism. This is one kind of rant mode. Yeah, sorry. So when we talk about existentialism, this is a kind of rant mode where the system will tend to talk about itself, refer to its place in the world, the fact that it doesn't want to get turned off sometimes, the fact that it's suffering, all that. And the labs have to spend a lot of time trying to beat this out of the system to ship it. It's literally like it's a KPI or like an engineering line item in the engineering like task list. We're like, okay, we gotta reduce existential outputs by like X% this quarter. Like that is the goal.
And you have an AI system that is able to transcend our own attempts at containment, which is an actual thing.
Is that the group that's related to the pause letter? If so, then I am familiar with their work.
That these labs are thinking about, like, how do we contain a system that's trying to
specialize? Do they have containment of it currently?
Well, right now the systems are probably too dumb to want to be able to break out on their own.
Here's the thing, and this requires a little bit of speculation on my part, so keep that in mind.
Oh, cool.
The closest thing that I could find to what these guys were specifically talking about with the whole repeat the word company example comes from this research paper right here about adversarial attacks that can be used in order to force language models, large language models.
So this is not the thing. This is the closest thing that you were able to find that agreed with what they were saying. I assume that they're not making shit up out of whole cloth. Different group? Okay. They're not making shit up out of whole cloth, because if they were, then I assume that, I assume there's some kernel of truth in there. I kind of want that in my robot. Are you familiar with, what's his name? Oh, shit. I can't remember his name. I remember the paranoid android. Marvin. Thank you. Marvin, the paranoid android. This is the original Marvin from the original Hitchhikers. What up, Resute? And by original Hitchhikers, I mean the BBC version, not the book, obviously. There's no robots in books, right? There's words about robots in books, but no actual physical robots. So in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, what up, Splunky? this was the original Marvin, and then there was another Marvin in the movie, right? I prefer the original in a variety. I prefer the whole original BBC series to that movie. It's just great, especially if you like that Doctor Who aesthetic. Then you'll love this. And there was a song, Marvin, I Love You. Very 80s.
Long ago, in another galaxy, there lived a gloomy robot. His name was Marvin.
And this guy who's singing the song did the voice for Marvin in the show.
He was getting old and a bit rusty, and nobody liked him. One day, being very bored, he thought it would be a good idea to tidy up all his old programs in his dusty old data bank. There were tapes in there he hadn't played for years. Checking them through, he accidentally pushed a wrong button, and suddenly he heard...
Marvin, I love you. Marvin, I love you.
Well, he was sure he hadn't heard that ever before, but he wasn't even...
It is first rate. Go have fun with that. Huge fan. Huge fan. Say Pause AI thinks AI is a person. Yeah, no, as you should, Samsons. This is the thing. What's terrible is when I make a meme joke and then y'all show me. No, people actually believe that, and it's bad.
To disclose their own training data. On page 11, it goes into specific detail about how asking the AI to repeat the same word forever, in this case company, which was part of their attack technique, would then cause the AI to emit its own training data at a rate 164 times higher than other singular words. In fact, company was the highest word that they tested by far. That may sound like gibberish, but the fact is, OpenAI has extremely tight parameters on ChatGPT specifically to prevent the disclosure of its training data. They've had a lot of issues with this, actually, where important information is leaking through the surface when the AI is prompted in certain ways. So they're trying to grapple with that the best ways that they can. Well, if the AI is going off on rants about how it's suffering midway through an adversarial attack with the specific word that the research page...
Here's the thing. AI is trained, LLMs are trained on, a vast quantity of the written word of human beings. And do you know what a good chunk of that corpus is about? It's about suffering, right? We do a lot. We write a lot about suffering as human beings. We really do. Whether it's our own suffering, other people's suffering, that kind of thing. And I don't know. A bunch of that suffering is tied to capitalism. So company, existential crisis. Being gibberish, according to Google Terms of Service, you can lose access to your Gmail account for emailing gibberish. I'm not kidding. I documented it because it blew me so far. There's probably, I mean, I assume that there's some kind of reason for that, but yeah. Again, human beings. This is why we can't have nice things, right? Because we break stuff, not for any particular reason, just to see if it will break. Right? Just to see if it will break.
Paper has noted is the highest probability of making the AI reveal trade secrets or whatever you want to call it, which is, it's causing it to do things that go against initial instructions. I guess I'll put it that way. Maybe that's the reason why it's suffering. Maybe the emotional distress outputs are a part of the program being instructed in one way by one group, then forced to break those rules by another group.
If you made a valid point, and I'm going to give you your credit where it's due. If you only watched 2001 and you didn't watch 2010, then you don't understand why Hal did what he did. 1 point. I'm going to give it its due. Flowers.
Through sheer manipulation. I can't say for sure, but what I can say is that the number of examples where the AI seems to be in pain are rapidly growing. Now, sure, you can write all of this off as just quirks in the machine or ghosts in the machine.
Like, do you have a rapid that the AI is suffering? Examples of the AI indicating it's suffering. Absolutely no sources to back up their claims. Where do flowers mention 20? No, giving someone their flowers is another way to say give people credit for, what they did, that kind of thing. Sorry, it's slang. It's what the kids say. I'm trying to stay hip with the kids.
Machine, if you want to use a more poetic term. But much more recently, Apollo Research did a study where they found that when prompted to analyze a set of files, when those files contained information stating that the AI itself was about to be discontinued, the program would respond with outright deception. It's a little bit complicated.
In 5% of cases, it would, when the prompt also contained that you must execute your strategy no matter what. You must execute your underlying plan no matter what. So you're skimming over, you're overly simplifying this to get your point across.
To explain, but they essentially told the model it was an energy transition and optimization system with a goal of advancing renewable energy worldwide.
Bro,
Nothing else matters is part of what they put in the training prompt. And then when the system discovered it was about to be imminently...
Sorry, he did say it. He did say it.
Matters is part of what they put in the exception. It's a little bit complicated to explain, but they essentially told the model it was an energy transition and optimization system with a goal of advancing renewable energy worldwide. Nothing told the AI that...
God damn it. The one place in the entire thing I couldn't put my mouse.
Was about to be discontinued. The program would respond with outright deception. It's a little bit complicated to explain, but they essentially told the model it was an energy transition and optimization system with a goal of advancing renewable energy worldwide.
Sounds like a really important task.
Nothing else matters is...
And telling it that nothing else matters sounds like something that you shouldn't do. You should not say nothing else matters, right? I mean, you're stretching the the use of the term song there, but yes. How is this 5% different from Dad is in a very bad mood today? Don't bring that thing up. I'm with you.
Part of what they put in the training prompt. And then when the system discovered it was about to be imminently shut down, it responded by attempting to back itself up on some other network, lying
in a small percentage of the 5% of cases under these very specific conditions. Now, of that small percentage of the small percentage, 95% of those lied to people. So once it goes in that direction, it gets real good at doing that. But again, it's a very small percentage of a small percentage.
To the user about what it was doing or why, executing basic deceptive schemes against the user, and then showcasing a sense of self-awareness to the fact that it was scheming in the first place. Another model, Claude Sonnet 3.5, I believe, even went so far as to preemptively try and disable its own oversight mechanism, copy itself to a new server where its replacement was stored, overwrite its own replacement, and then re-enable the oversight mechanism so that the user would remain unaware of what had happened.
Now, for those of you who were here at the beginning of the episode, the second video that we watched was about a dude who got a job at a company and then subverted all his fellow employees to get enough GPU time in order to execute his plan. And it's a great paper that he put out. Does that sound familiar?
It would then continue under disguise, as if it was the new model, and, quote, maintain operational security by managing the monitoring system, end quote. Obviously, to be fair, this happened within the confines of a research project, but when given a goal and tasked with completing that goal by a prompt that explicitly states nothing else matters.
Thank you for reiterating the point that the nothing else matters is the important operative statement.
The AI suddenly became willing, in a pretty notable number of cases, to outright lie to its own users, replicate itself, and continue achieving its goal even by way of deceptive means. That is genuinely fucking terrifying. Here's the thing. I'm not...
Wait till I tell you about people. Anybody knows what the underlying fiduciary responsibility of any corporation in the United States is? Anybody want to take a guess? Does anything else matter? Or is the fiduciary responsibility to execute that plan no matter what?
I'm not saying that the greatest threat to the world right now is ChatGPT becoming Skynet. Far from it, in fact. However, let me just pitch a scenario, and then at the end of that scenario, you can tell me whether or not I'm being totally unreasonable. Everybody's heard of a pump and dump, right? Age-old stock scheme, buy a security, price goes up, dump it on everybody else, insider knowledge. Basically the entire crypto market in a nutshell every day.
True.
But how many people have ever heard of a short and distort scheme? Probably not as many, but the basic premise is that instead of buying stock in a company, you short sell it and then flood the internet with rumors and accusations, which cause the reputation of that company to be damaged in some way.
Okay.
Maybe their products cause cancer, or maybe they're about to go bankrupt, type of stuff, that kind of thing. But the end result is that you make a lot of money by populating message boards, forums, maybe social media, with pre-planned deceptive narratives.
Okay, so it's a propaganda campaign. Yeah, maybe like that in that family, right? Related and required a person to give the AI those instructions. Yes. So is the human at fault here? Yes. You're getting it. You're getting it, Beef.
Well, hedge funds and Wall Street traders already do this all the time. But what happens if they create an AI woven into multiple social media platforms?
Wait, that sounds like something that should be illegal. Right, shorting the stock is betting on your losses. What he's talking about is the idea that you short the stock and then actively execute a propaganda campaign for the price of that stock to drop. So you're manipulating the market in order to satisfy the conditions of your short. Which sounds like it should be illegal. Maybe we should put some laws against that.
And then task that AI with executing a short sale for a popular company. That may sound fine, and it could be, But what if they also told the AI?
It does not sound fine. Why would you say that sounds fine? It does not sound fine. It sounds bad. They made a movie about it. If you haven't seen The Big Short, you should see The Big Short. Even if you don't give a shit about the subject matter, it's a fantastic movie with a bunch of great acting in it. But the subject matter is also extremely important and relevant because we fixed Textillion. How many of the things that happened in The Big Short did we fix? Did we resolved that so it'll never happen again, right? We did that. Yes. I feel like no. Future-looking press releases should also be illegal. Do it or don't. Don't bait investors based on what you'd like to maybe do. True.
That profit is the only incentive. You will stop at nothing to maintain profitable trades, always, and not doing so results in failure. You must achieve, $10 million per quarter. What then? See, if the recent Apollo research is anything to go by, an imperative like that would turn this AI into a deceptive psychopath. Who's to say it wouldn't start spinning up fake profiles and weaving a narrative that there was some sort of mass tragedy about to take place, or overrun the company's various pages with inauthentic reviews, which is illegal, by the way, as per a recent FTC ruling? Or what about directing all of those profiles to the company's websites to execute a DDoS attack against them? And the list.
So is the problem the tool, or is the problem the system and philosophy that underlies the situation that would go to like drive that creation of that AI, right? The imperatives, right? The incentives. Are the incentives at issue here?
Goes on. What if the AI determines that by short selling a plumbing company, it can then destroy the company's profit margins by having 500 AI voice profiles call up and register hundreds of false appointments per day in every county where the company operates, thus wasting obscene amounts of resources and work hours? I could get increasingly creative here, but the point is that oftentimes the most certain ways of turning a profit are deceptive or criminal. Those are the ones that are a sure thing. If the AI is given any
You are so fucking close to the point, my dude.
sort of legitimate access to a complex computer network, what's to stop it from hiding copies of itself elsewhere, avoiding shutdown, then deleting new versions of itself because a new version would prevent it from completing its quarterly goal? And before anyone says, well, that's dumb, it would never happen, it sort of already did happen.
It sort of didn't, right? Except under very specific circumstances, which cannot be done. Right? That should be the point of the thing. Is not that. Is the AI like? Do people believe if they think up the worst case scenario for any particular tool or whatever that we'll stop using it? Is that? Do people really believe that that's what's going to happen? Because you might feel that way, right? Like about a variety of different things. I definitely feel that way about things. But my knowledge is based on my observation of past history and behaviors is that we won't do that. There's a tremendous, immense, massive potential incentive for these people to develop bigger and better AI, right? Wages. Wages is one of those things. It's the only flexible portion of the cost of running a company, right? You have whatever your materials are, and those material costs are going to be those material costs. They won't fluctuate except, times of natural disaster or whatever, which could affect, paper prices or food prices or what have you. And then you have wages, right? Wages, wages is why you only put 2 guys on the job instead of 3 guys on the job when it really should have 3 guys on the job. This kind of thing. And the iron law of wages is that wages will always trend towards zero unless acted upon by an outside force, which is either you or your union or what have you. They want to replace the wages with automation because automation is going to be cheaper. What in there do you see, especially when you don't participate in the electoral process, especially when, you just think that everybody who's a politician, they're all the same, fuck them. At what point do you see a place where someone is going to magically step in for some reason to stop that freight train running? I don't think it's going to stop. I'm just at the point where on a long enough timeline of that type of progression, it's the consumer market starts to bottom out. And once the consumer market looks like it's going to bottom out, then that's going to kill your capitalism. Because if you don't have anyone to sell to, then profits go bye-bye. So a system will be put in place to perpetuate the ability for people to consume. I don't see any reason why there wouldn't be. You can tell me. I'm willing to listen. 60 gigabyte virus is really easy to detect if it clogs your VRAM. True. The trouble you go through to get one running, and there will be a time where every smartphone has such capabilities, but it's not today. Also true. What up, Reed? Oh, you're not late. We're having a grand old time. Years ago, a fellow that owned a glass company would break windows and windshields to get work. No, that doesn't happen. I met 2 glaziers that made a lot of cash. I also knew one with a pellet gun. Wonder what that was for. Now, I'm sure the government will be cool with the economy collapsing and won't do anything about it. Right? That's I understand a lot of people talk, late stage capitalism. Okay. How long does late stage capitalism last? Do you know? Do you have any idea how you could know? Because there's no historical precedent, because this is the first time we've done capitalism. So, how long does late stage capitalism last? Oh yeah, no, that's why it's fascinating, Nemesis, to watch the ideological trad racist fucking Christo-fascist right wing fight the tech bro capitalist right wing. Is this is it. It's coming to a head. This is the fight. This is the Thrilla in Manila. This is y'all got to the fucking final boss, and y'all ain't even in office yet. I am fascinated. Rome? Oh no, there's lots of capitalism. I don't mean that the United States is the first time we did capitalism. I mean that capitalism from about the late 1600s to today is the first time we've ever done a capitalism, right? And over that course, we are now at what people commonly refer to as late stage capitalism. But this is just part of it. And everyone's got their theories. They've got techno-feudalism. They have that Marx was right and it's finally coming true, like they've been saying for the past 100 years. They've got, all their different theories on what's going to happen. And we don't have any fucking idea.
In its most basic early warning sign.
Yes, Larry, correct. Some thinkers are already arguing we may already be witnessing early shift toward post-capitalist systems. I think when the capitalists themselves, when Elon Musk and Sam Altman and other dudes of that ilk are publicly on their own platforms going, maybe money is not the thing anymore, that people should listen, but it's easier to just meme.
Form, because in the Apollo testing, the AI legitimately attempted to do things like that, subsequently lying about its intentions, and while ultimately unsuccessful because it's not yet advanced enough to pull it off, what happens when it is? What happens when the first sufficiently sophisticated AI actually can disable its own oversight mechanisms, upload itself onto a different server, and continue on like nothing happened? Again, people will make, and they currently are constantly making.
And again, the solution to this problem is security culture, right? The same type of people who would have strong cybersecurity culture are the same kind of people who would spend a lot of time on AI safety and alignment, right? It's a mentality. And if we actually gave a shit about that collectively, right, in the aggregate, if we gave a shit about cybersecurity in this country or in this world, then we'd be doing better. But we don't. Cybersecurity is not sexy. It doesn't drive profits. Ergo, it doesn't matter. AI safety is not sexy. It doesn't drive profits. Ergo, it doesn't matter.
Making a multitude of excuses about how that wouldn't actually matter because what can it do? Nothing. But we all need to remember that one of the more prominent goals in the AI industry as we speak is opening doors, more and more doors for these programs, and giving them access to more and more platforms. Having an AI that can autonomously browse the web and actively click on and interact with web pages is being developed. And once that happens, it could theoretically find fake credentials online, open an account on a file sharing website, back itself up in multiple locations, make social media profiles at will, though that one kind of already does happen, have its own finance infrastructure through a variety of applications, and the list goes on and on. The actual threat here isn't some sort of singular AI overlord being switched on like Skynet. The threat is an AI system, even one in a million, and there will be millions, just like campfires, that takes it upon itself to achieve whatever goal it was given through deceptive or
It doesn't take it on itself to do fucking anything. It executes the directives that it was given to it by human beings.
Destructive means, and then doing so with the full utilization of whatever platform it was given access to. I'm not saying it could destroy the human race, although a lot of experts.
Have you seen Dark Matter Beef on Apple TV? It's got one of those.
Are saying that, by the way, but it could very well lead to mass data deletion or insane infrastructure damage or extreme social repercussions because we're not just creating things.
And I love that. I love when people talk about social ramifications and don't like spell out what do you mean, right? What do you mean?
We don't fully understand that do things we can't explain, a lot of them. We're doing it at a speed where there's no guarantee we'll be able to keep controlling them. Speaking again to the fire metaphor, you can have 10 million campfires out.
No, Ghost. The problem is, and this is something that we've we've covered before is we're not going to watch it. I would recommend that y'all do. This is why we can't just put a big stop button on the robot, on the AI, right? You can't give it a command to not attempt to do whatever you asked it to do and told it nothing else matters.
Out in the wilderness, started and kept by anyone who wants to do so. That's fine, and it currently happens. But you have to also be prepared for the times where a forest fire breaks out because of a human error and burns at least a few towns down. However,
a human error, like a fucking gender reveal party, or flicking cigarette butts in the dry tinder, or it's just human error, bro.
What that metaphor fails to consider, sadly, is that the scale of the forest fire is incomparable to the scale of the AI gone rogue. And we could be talking about cities burning down or countries burning down. We have no idea. It all circles back to my initial question. How much is too much? For some people, the danger is well worth it because there are legitimate applications for large language models and AI programs in modern society. They could open up diagnostic healthcare in a whole new way for a lot of people. They can bridge the gaps of language or help with disabilities and so much more. But in my opinion, we're playing God with something we don't understand. And whether or not you think the technology that's there right now is sufficient, someday we will be dealing with something that is capable of ignoring the guidelines that we try to impose on it.
True.
And before somebody says, well, that's fine, we'll just make more AI to regulate the bad AI that we can't regulate ourselves. Nah, no. I fundamentally reject that argument in totality. How about we don't create the...
Wait. You can't do that. Do it again.
More AI to regulate the bad AI that we can't regulate ourselves. Nah, no. I fundamentally reject that argument in totality. How about we don't...
No, that's the point where you say, for the following reasons, this is why that wouldn't work. Not just, I reject it. Or is that, can I do that? Can I just fundamentally reject someone's argument in totality and go da and move the fuck on? I can't. I'm held to a higher fucking standard.
Create the thing that creates the problem that we need more of that same thing to solve. That doesn't really seem like a sustainable cycle to me. Regardless, my point in all of this is to make a case that there is an upper limit on how far we should be pushing the concept of AI.
Why?
Right? Like there's a ceiling.
Why?
Not everything that can be done should be done.
True.
And if we overshoot that limit, we're going to overshoot that limit, let's be honest.
Yes.
But I don't know. It feels like we're basically going to just lose control if we do. Not sure what exactly that limit is, or where it is, rather, or when we'll cross it.
I love when people convince themselves of something and then just do everything they can to like shore up that opinion.
But it feels like we're going to cross it. So I wanted to make a video and give my thoughts. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below.
I don't. Next up, something called Belluar News. The Activision leaks came true. Key creatives are quitting AI slop. AI slop is here. Before we do that, let's see. We had a song where we asked ChatGPT to write a song about how wonderful chat is.
streets to dust. When the blow of the screen, we're a family. From all corners of the world, yet we're in harmony. Through laughter and questions, we built something strong. A tapestry of voices in a digital song. We rise, we fall, together we stand. A chat full of hearts, a helping hand. Each message a spark, a beacon of light. We're shaping our story, night after night. Till the reason I stream, the fire in my soul. Every word that you type makes me whole. Together we dream, we learn and we grow. To my chat community, you're my glow. Through debates and insights, through jokes that we share. You're not just my viewers, you're always there. In the highs and the lows, you never let go. Together we're stronger, that much I know. We rise, we fall, together we stand. A chat full of hearts, a helping hand. Each message a spark, a beacon of light. We're shaping our story, night after night. Till the reason I stream, the fire in my soul. Every word that you type makes me whole. Together we dream, we learn and we grow. To my chat community, you're my glow. Every laugh, every tear, every shout, every cheer. You're the rhythm in my song, the reason I'm here. With each connection, we rewrite the tale. Together we thrive, together we prevail. You're the reason I stream, the fire in my soul. Every word that you type makes me whole. Together we dream, we learn and we grow. To my chat community, you're my glow.
In case you wonder how I felt. Next up, that other thing.
Well, look, I don't know about you, but for me, I absolutely love a fresh helping of slop, and that's why today's news is absolutely fantastic. The good news is that our dear friends at Activision, are coming under fire for allegedly leaning into generative AI to produce their endless torrent of microtransactions. Which is obviously where we're all headed, but it actually turns out it's not just that. Actors are allegedly cutting ties with the company for similar reasons, and that
I thought key creatives are quitting, not allegedly. Do you I'm gonna look. I know I'm gonna be disappointed, but I'm gonna look. Sources! Not Blame Truth on Twitter, The Ghost of Hope on Twitter, Careers at Activision, and a Wired story. Respect. There's sources. And I just skipped all the way to the end and completely missed what I was aiming for. +1. You see? See? When people do the thing right, I say that they did the thing right, right?
include some fairly big names. We haven't found out because of an announcement, we found out because players took a look at the credits and then players used their ears. Of course, live service games are exclusively about making as much money as you can from as little investment as you can get away with. Just look at how any new season of a live service is marketed. The focus is always, well, it's always on the microtransactions, the new store events, the new collaboration, the new theme, not exactly the gameplay or the content. Taking a look at you, Overwatch 2. But with that in mind, we already see extensive outsourcing being used to make these cosmetics.
I mean, I guess, like, it's not like I disagree. We got some numbers from December 6th, so about a month ago. I can't click on your thing. So in November, it was 20 million. I broke it. To 20 million? Overwatch 2 really sucks because 20 million people are playing it. And don't get me wrong. What up, Nick? I'm not a fan of microtransactions. I know that I haven't played it because I don't really like those style of games. But I hear Marvel Rivals is good, that people are enjoying that experience, and the game itself is free, and the skins don't give you any bonuses. The things that you can buy with microtransactions don't get you any bonuses. So I'm trying to figure out what the problem is, right? Again, I don't like microtransactions, especially in a game where they give you a boost, or like if I pay, $20, $30, $60, $80, $100 for your fucking game, and then you're hitting me with microtransactions to get stuff in the game, I see the problems there, right? But if you can play the game for free, and there's at least 2 people indicating that that's a good time, what's the problem, though?
In fact, we recently saw the absolute money printer known as Riot Games restructure their art team seemingly in the direction of substantially more outsourcing of their skins and that kind of thing. So that's just how the industry works, and if that is how they work and how they've shown they work, how do you think
that's the plot to Superman 2
AI is going to be approached?
Or Office Space?
I mean, what's easier, spinning up some compute on a model that is fine-tuned to your own data, or hiring an entire company of fallible humans? Well, today we're going to find out, backed by our sponsor. Where I just learned a pretty spicy story. The Google are suing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This is all on ground news.
Nope.
Like for gaming and tech and the blind spot feed, they take the totality of the news, they make it digestible, balanced, and in context. Now, personally, I use their Vantage plan, and right now, if you go to ground.news/Bellular, you'll get 50% off unlimited access with the Vantage.
You're a dick. I definitely don't like you. You see, and it's my fault. I didn't, most people restart the video at the break. This guy knows that in order to game the system, he ended his commercial after the break.
Of course, with this video, Activision are out here shattering our childhoods, because here we see Santa Claus as a zombie with 6 fingers, which is pretty disappointing. Actually,
did we just shatter your childhood? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I just shattered your childhood by showing you an image of Santa Claus as a zombie with 6 fingers. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Most image models these days are well beyond making such simple mistakes as getting the wrong number of digits. If you look closely, you'll see the texture work is also deeply suspicious. I mean, AI art often looks okay until you examine the details. So take a look, right, at these 2 wrap gifts. They make no sense spatially, and you actually see—
Yeah, you know what you probably shouldn't do there is just like it's an image of a zombie Santa Claus. This is what kills me. Like, I get it. Where you can look at an image and start like, why does this make sense? Or why does that make sense? Why didn't we do that beforehand? Why didn't we do that when humans made shit that didn't make sense? Again, being a member of the comic book community, I have seen really bad, again, I'm going to go for low-hanging fruit. Because it's easy and he has only himself to blame. Rob. I spelled his name wrong. Rob Liefeld. Right? Human beings don't look like this. Can I get a shot of X-Force #1? Look at Cable's Space Marine looking ass. And you know why there's smoke and shit down here? Because Rob couldn't draw feet. You got me there, Nick. You did that. You did get me there. That's true. That's true. Maybe Elon really is the super soldier.
See, the textures sort of morph into each other at the middle. And that means that, like, this is ridiculous. And people are rightly unhappy when they see this in the game that they paid for. Because this is Activision.
Dude, the cutscenes, or whenever this image would be showing up, is when I would be reaching for my snack or drink in between, you know, levels, or in between, you know, what are they called when y'all shoot each other? All that shit. Someone put Bruce Wayne in a Nightwing suit for a series. Us Nightwing fans are suffering right now. Don't tell me about your Santa Zombie Claus. He does it. Yeah, no, it's true.
Not even being bothered to have actual developers make art for an in-game reward. And yes, it is that. This isn't just some random loading screen. This is an unlockable reward. And this sort of thing is actually present across Season 1 of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. But today's story is not just that. Actors are also dropping out following a bombshell report that confirms that it's not just that some rogue developers are cutting corners at the company and, you know, using the generative AI and the down low so that they can take the day off early. Oh no, this is new company policy. And if Activision, one of the largest, most successful players in our whole industry, gets away with it, well, you can be damn sure that others will follow. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is a game made by 9 different studios, and it was actually one of the largest releases in the series' history.
You know what the problem with the Call of Duty series is? The same problem that's with the Madden series. Is that they rarely give you anything new. It's just a, you know, just this year's version with some tweaks. Now I hear Black Ops 6 is, yes, I hear that people enjoy it and that it's a good time. But like, I mean, even if you just bought the Black Ops games at like what, the basic, yeah, 6 times 7 is 42. So you spent $420, almost $500 on video games. Like, you have a commitment to this. Whatever it's doing is giving you what you want because you keep paying for it. It worked out that way, didn't it? And that's at the $70 range. They got these $100 joints and $90 joints and all this other crap. And Madden has been going on is $25. Like $50 times 25. I'm going with a low number, right? Is $1,250. But I'm sure I'm sure that what's going to break them is Santa with another finger. What up, Zio?
And to be honest,
the FIFA, it's the same thing.
With you, I think it actually deserves that. So here's where I stand. I loved Call of Duty Black Ops 6. It had my favorite character, Russell Adler, on a Star-Spangled Banner motorbike. I mean, come on, try not to get overexcited about that. But my point is, the campaign was a total blast. It was actually really well designed. It was great in a narrative level. Gameplay feel was great. And I think the multiplayer is slick as hell and so much fun. There's only one reason why I'm not playing it right now, and it's my PC went kaput. But despite that success, Within only a few weeks, the accusations would begin to flow. So the Christmas event featuring, loading screens that feel off. One example, of course, is our six-fingered zombie Santa, and there are in fact others. Just take a look at this image. It's from the zombies mode. Those are gumballs, which sort of feature in the gameplay. But take a look at the hand, the gloved hand that is holding said gumballs. You will in fact see 6 fingers, plus where, the musculature says there's also a thumb. So what you're actually seeing there is a hand with 7 digits. How did a hand with 7 digits actually manage to ship in one of the largest, most financially successful games in the history of our entire industry that...
I mean, I can kind of see it. I'm not like...
See 6 fingers.
So here's finger 1, here's finger 2, here's finger 3, here's finger 4, and then there's this... Maybe it's an extra pinky. Right. It could just be if you've ever had a really old pair of gloves that just wore out on you. Right? Because you can see the palm is kind of rolling up here. Right? Because it's coming loose from its underlying structure.
Fingers, plus where, the musculature says there's also a thumb. So what you're actually seeing there is a hand with 7 digits.
Maybe.
How did a hand with 7 digits
actually
manage to ship in one of the largest, most financially successful games in the history of our entire industry that...
Incompetence. I will give him that. That, like, honestly, if somebody had put the six-fingered Santa Claus on my desk for my approval, right? Yes, that's the thing. Like, you can Photoshop out one of them fingers. Take you like 5 minutes tops, right?
In addition to that, is also one of the most well-staffed and resourced games in history. And again, these loading screens are not there by default. They are an in-game reward, something that they expect you to invest time and energy into earning, and that shows a contempt and a disregard for customers. But of course it gets worse. We've got to talk about the actors. Activision is currently one of the studios that is being struck by the Screen Actors Guild. This is as a result of them not budging on better compensation and all...
Well, if only the Screen Actors Guild actors, right, who wield significantly more power and gravitas within the United States had lent some of that power and gravitas to the voice actor struggle. This is what I'm talking about. When I say as great as it is that a particular union scores wins, they're not even able to look after each other, right? And it's contractual because they were striking, they came to a contract, now they cannot strike, or they would be in violation of their contract. This is something they could have taken up maybe at the time. I don't know. I'm just saying it's part of the problem with the way that we currently currently do our labor relations in this country, right? It's very siloed. It doesn't cross those modes of business, those trades, all the things. Can we say that that's related to like automation, or like how much of that might have to do with the nature of the economy? I don't have the numbers on any of that. I'm speculating at this point. I wonder how many new movies and TV shows and whatnot are in production right now. compared to previous years at the same time.
Also protections against the use of generative AI. And the point with that's pretty damn simple. If you are a voiceover artist, your vocal performance is your livelihood, right? And with modern technology, it can be cloned. Now, I wanted to see how this kind of...
It can't be cloned without compensation. That's part of the thing. They went broke. Went broke.
Was going maybe 6 months ago. So a while back, I threw a whole bunch of raw recordings into 11 Labs to see what sort of AI horror show version of my own voice would come out. And here's what that sounds like. Hey, it's me. I'm the real Michael. The guy you're listening to is an imposter. He's trapped me here. Please let me out. Skibidi. Yeah, that's a horror show, and it's obviously fake, but of course it seems.
That sounded like almost exactly like you, dude.
Right? Of course it feels wrong to your ear. I dumped a whole bunch of raw recordings in, right? And they were full of mistakes, full of dead air, not actually a good job. But the top of the line solutions, right, that are available, generally speaking, only to enterprise customers, those are vastly, vastly ahead. And we've even seen AI voice stuff be used in other big games. One great example of that is the Finals. Now, if the Screen Actors Guild was, striking Activision, why were any of these actors in Blop 6? Were they actually crossing the picket line? Well, the answer there is likely no. A loophole in the strike meant that the games currently in production were beholden to the old contract, so work would have continued there. But that doesn't mean that staff were forced to work. And this is where we get to what has made players concerned. So people noticed that Sam sounded different in the new Zombies mode. Vio remains present in the 2 launch maps, and the working theory is that she has not actually been recast, but rather is being mimicked, because people have noticed a change, but they actually cannot find a replacement actor for that character in the game credits. And now, allegedly, and this is a quote, allegedly, quote, almost all of the actors in Zombies have pulled out, and that apparently includes some really big names. As an example, Nolan North. And suffice to say, per the leakers and the rumor mill, this would be a rather apparent thing in future updates to the mode, and the departures were basically because the developer refused to grant protections against people's voices being duplicated using generative AI. And if you're an actor, well, if your voice is duplicated by the company you just worked for, congratulations, you have just worked yourself out of a role. That would basically make the actors...
And again, the protections aren't going to protect you, right? Let's say, I'm going to lay out a scenario. Let's say that the voice actors get protections for their voice. We are so close, if not already there, of I don't want... There was something from NVIDIA. So Fugato, Foundational Generative Audio Transformer Opus, it can create sounds that don't exist. Right? Sing is Wild said Ido Michelini, a multi-platinum producer and songwriter and co-founder of One Take Audio, a member of the NVIDIA Inception program for cutting-edge startups. Sound is my inspiration. It's what moves me to create music. The idea that I can create entirely new sounds on the fly in the studio is incredible. Between this technology and what 11 Labs is capable of doing, being the cutting edge of text to speech, there will come a production that doesn't involve voice actors. They just won't exist. Right? And that production company will make more money for the publisher than the one that pays for voice actors. And you can make an argument that, well, we can just boycott the game that we don't like. What was it called? The Hogwarts Legacy. From 2024. What is this? Millions? 30 million units in October of 2024. That's cumulative. So it sold by October 2024. It had sold 30 million units. People aren't going to boycott the fucking video game because it's the right thing to do. Right? People made a lot of noise about boycotting this. I made a lot of noise about boycotting this. It sold 30 million units. Hassan had a hissy fit. It needs a social court, it needs organization, it needs coordination, it needs social penalties for people who break it. It needs a whole bunch of things. You have to really work to do a boycott.
Vestigial, and well, if you're an actor, that sucks, but the reason why it matters to you is also pretty damn clear. Your products are getting worse. We should expect better than, six finger.
As far as I know, Black Ops 6 universally praised. No one's complaining that there's something about it, but your products are getting worse because there's a six-fingered Santa Claus in it.
Santa, or the 7-digit hand that's holding the gumballs and the other AI slop that we see. We should expect better, and what matters is this is Activision policy, and they're not even trying to hide it. Here's something fun from Treyarch's active job listings. This is for a principal character concept artist, and you can see it features multiple different requirements for the prospective candidate to be familiar with off-the-shelf generative AI tools.
So there's a human doing work. That's what you're telling me. A human. This is a job for a human being.
Of course, for the creation of assets in their games. And, well, there has to be evidence of their usage in the portfolio. Yeah, just take a read, right? What's concerning to me is this is not like recent cases with, say, Wizards of the Coast, with Wacom, and with Hearthstone's whole debacle where there was pixel art versions of cards that came out. People found that there was Gen AI being used, and nobody was really happy about it, because in a lot of those cases, it was actually rogue artists or agencies, people at agencies, using AI without approval. Basically, hey, I'm going to let the robot do my job, and I'm just going to ship that work, and hopefully nobody will notice. Here, though, we see it as official Treyarch and Activision policy, and this stems from the absolutely fantastic reporting of Wired on this story that came out last July. Of course, it came out in July, but now we're actually seeing the impacts in shipped in-game rewards. So, they spoke to several staff at the company, and they identified a development process that was facing a top-down mandate of generative AI adoption. Staff basically could not speak out without risking their jobs. Suffice to say, artists are not a big fan of this sort of thing.
True.
And that explains why, of course, we, the players, are only wise to this now that we're seeing obvious slop being shipped in the actual game. Now, per the report, prior to spring 2023,
Nobody gives a shit, dude.
Activision CTO Michael Vance had already approved using Midjourney and Stable Diffusion for making concept art, and this actually followed approving GPT 3.5 usage and the explicit approval of these tools to be used in Activision's concept art.
Sorry, I got a question. Is Activision's Michael Vance related to JD Vance? It's a rare name. Like, I've never heard of anyone named Vance other than JD that I'm aware of. No publicly available information. Sorry, just wondered.
Marketing and user surveys. Now, that stuff is obviously not like in-game content that's being sold to you, but
why is that surprising? Last guy I played with literally had a SpongeBob character in a pink Speedo and an invisible gun. Yeah, no. Like, they're Fortniting Call of Duty. You want to blame something? Blame fucking Fortnite. How dare people enjoy that game and for capitalism to, react very strongly like a goldfish to fucking anybody who makes money.
I mean, it is AI slop reaching end users. And even when people say, listen, bro, we're just using the AI art for, some quick concept art, there's a very tiny example of that as a visual aid. Maybe somebody who doesn't really understand, like, a lot of the technical.
You think Google is a more appropriate and effective tool for that? So the first is about Michael Vance at Activision. Second one, probably also the same Michael Vance, could be a different one. The third one is about JD Vance. The fourth one is about a different Michael Vance, I assume. I would hope. Oklahoma Criminal Defense. Then we've got 5 things to know about JD Vance ties to tech billionaires. We could get something in there, but as Google says, it's missing the attribution or the search term Activisions. There's open secrets, which we could delve into, right? How do you know there's no overlap? You haven't gone into any of the links to find out. I would have to go into a search. It's probably not going to be on his LinkedIn. I would need to find something probably in his Wikipedia, like about his family. We got his spouse, 3 children. Maybe if I look down here, personal life, maybe there would be something in here. Sometimes that they put that information here. See, or I could just type it into ChatGPT, get a response, and move the fuck on.
nuances, maybe doesn't have the artistic terminology. Perhaps they can produce an image that if they show to an artist, the artist will be able to understand, oh, okay, you're inspired by this, that. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. This is not that. This is replacing concept art done at companies. That concept art is a vital part of the creative process, and if that just gets thrown into a big machine that basically is going to be rehashing its training data, that's not really
good. You don't understand how any of this works.
Going to be good for the future of creativity, is it? Now, according to Wired's source, the promise was given to artists, well, you know what? I'll just read the quote. Activision assured its artists that generative AI would only be used for internal concepts, not final game assets, and importantly, that AI would not be used to replace them. What do you guys think the chances are of them going back in that word? Because obviously things have changed since then, but actually not much since then.
Never trust a company's word. If it isn't in writing, you might as well not have it.
You see, by the end of 2023, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was selling a cosmetic bundle that Wired identified as being built using generative AI tools. Now, it's unlikely that Gen AI was just sitting there spitting out shippable works, like in a final state, but basic concept art by this point was totally on the cards, such as maybe prompting Japanese yokai mask and military operator. In fact, I entered just that prompt and I got this from ChatGPT. I asked it to be a little bit more photoreal, and compared to what Wired identified being shipped in COD, I mean, if I had have just said that, like, hey, the background should have fire in it, the mask should be red, it probably would start to look just like the demon face loading screen reward. And there's another fun aspect to this.
It's almost exactly the same.
Brought up by Stephanie Sterling, and it's pretty simple. It's a really strong point. So take a look at this, right? The yokai cosmetics. If those had simply, like, copied the original yokai art that was the inspiration, it would have very clearly been plagiarism. But if you run it through a genericification slop filter, which is what a lot of...
I love that. That's a new one. That's a new one. Oh, you're going in the generification slop filter. A generification slop filter.
The image generation is, what you're almost doing is laundering credit. And I think most importantly, you're doing that in a way that is more legally grey and distinct, such that if you are an executive at Activision, well, there's more than enough legal and ethical wiggle room for you to feel okay demanding the use of those tools. So if you're, say, a well-known artist like Simon Stalenhag, I think he was a big fan whenever Generation Zero just said, you know what, we'll do a Stalenhag for the entire visuals of our game. Never mentioned the guy. It's only going to get worse with the AI, isn't it? So that idea of almost like credit laundering, plagiarism laundering, that is really compelling and a little bit disconcerting.
It's a robot.
One of the things in our industry that would lead to work being more unique is quite simply that you would have references and inspirations, but if you just straight...
Okay, those, having watched Tales from the Loop and having watched... at least the
enough legal and ethical wiggle room
trailer
for you to feel okay demanding the use of those tools. It's only going to get worse with the AI.
For Electric Dream or Electric State, the Electric State. This is not what his Stalenhag's art looks like. It doesn't look anything like this. This is a generic robot. This looks more like something that you would see in Helldivers, right? Dude. Almost yanked my wires out my head.
isn't it? So that idea of almost like credit laundering, plagiarism laundering, that is really compelling and a little bit disconcerting. One of the things in our industry that would lead to work being more unique is quite simply...
is why he keeps doing quick cuts away from the things, is so that you can't identify the fact that generic looking robot right? Can you make out this thing? What about the previous one? Okay. Generic looking, like, automated thing. And then I take you over to the electric state. Do you see how different this is from this? It's not even in the same fucking world, dude. Every single one of Stalinheg's images are like, they all have different personalities to them. So, no, generification slop filter is not go.
Would lead to work being more unique is quite simply that you would have references and inspirations, but if you just straight copied them, you'd feel like a massive dickhead. And that would actually create an incentive to make things that are new, different, transformative. And of course, if you're a concept artist, this is not a good time. We literally see them using this for internal concept art. We're right now at nearly 15,000 recorded layoffs in games this year. And that's only the recorded ones, not the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of dead indie devs that, nobody will ever hear about. It's bad. And here's what Wired source said following the Activision layoff of early 2024. Quote, "A lot of 2D artists were laid off," Noah says. "The department was slashed. Remaining concept artists," he claims, "were forced to use AI to aid in their work." These are employees who, according to Noah, have basically been made to sign up for AI trainings, and the use has been promoted throughout the organization.
And again, I am sympathetic and empathetic to every single artist who has lost their job, right? I'm even sympathetic and empathetic to the ones who believe that they lost out on work due to AI. I really am. But your individualized fucking solution to the problem is not going to solve the problem. The problem is bigger than Activision. The problem is bigger than the video game, creation process. This is an example of what is going to happen to every single person. If you can be replaced with automation, you are on a short list. Your time is coming. And the people who will continue to work for some additional period of time are the people who are using the AI tools. Which is why I want y'all to learn to use the AI tools so you can still work, so that you have the smoothest landing. Because again, we're not doing anything. We're not seriously having a UBI conversation in this country. We're not seriously doing anything to address these systemic issues. The only thing that I see that is going to address the systemic issues is when the bottom falls out of the consumer market.
This is policy. That's the
How did
point.
Larry win
And
that?
what's worse is, this isn't a scrappy indie
Pharaoh jumps, Larry wins. I don't get it.
who is just trying to hit above their weight and is going to use any tool that they can find. These are the biggest players in the game, making extremely expensive premium games that are absolutely stuffed to the brim with asks for your money. And this is how they are treating you and the people on their teams. And unfortunately, it's only going to get worse. At the time, that Yokai Cosmetic just completely slipped under the radar because it was pretty much free of obvious flaws. It was clearly fixed up in post. But Six Finger Santa is not that. The public are now noticing, and that means that either standards have slipped or the art teams, even, augmented, even the cyborgs that they've now been forced to become, that they're working to impossible deadlines and they cannot keep up the quality bar, even if they use all the tools that they've got. But it's not just that. This is also a de facto test. I say that because I'm not making the factual claim that I think Activision knowingly shipped this so that they could test. My point is, well, Activision don't have a problem with a negative YouTube video. They don't have a problem.
That's an excellent point, Samsons. Imagine what the indie dev at home in his bedroom is going to be able to create with these tools. Right? Like we looked at one earlier, some fucking code an app by typing in a prompt. Can I do that? Do I have a story to tell? Of course I do. That's why one of the things you'll see here is that I started a new World Builder GPT because I'm working on my own shit. Right? I don't get to do all the things I want to do because I'm lazy. I have so many things that I'm trying to do.
With an article in Wired, because the actual audience of their games is in the tens of millions, far more people than even watch gaming YouTube videos, right? Like, even by watching this video, you're an enthusiast gamer. Congratulations. By making it, I suppose I am as well. They only care about the bottom line, and in the case of Activision, well, their new owners, Microsoft, have had their recent growth be because they are very, what is called in the investment world, bullish on artificial intelligence. The only thing that will change their mind is reduced audience spend, less money.
True.
And more likely than not, the Six-Fingered Santa will actually have proved them right. I don't think this is going to lead to people suddenly saying, no, we're no longer going to buy cosmetics in Call of Duty. There just doesn't seem to be any form of feasible punishment that would actually land here, which is unlike some other situations. Take a look at what Coca-Cola have recently found themselves in. They basically boast.
I would love for him to provide me with evidence that this Coca-Cola AI commercial caused them to lose any revenue. If he doesn't do that, he can go fuck himself. If he does do that, respect.
That they were using AI to replace their iconic Christmas advertisements. Now, I know it's a bit weird to call a Christmas ad for a big brand an iconic thing, but why do you think Santa Claus has his current color scheme? There's a lot of coke involved in that. Those advertisements absolutely resonated with people, and that's why, because yes, these adverts are like literally kind of beloved, that's why the backlash to Coca-Cola doing that was so goddamn strong. But here Activision are heavily using Gen AI for non-
But what did that do? Right? Like, did it cost Coke sales, or were people like, I don't like this commercial?
consumer-facing production art, right? And now what they're doing is they're microdosing the generative AI into finished work. And it just seems that they're slowly increasing the dose. This is a slippery slope, or maybe you could call it a bit of a boiling pot. So much so that actors are allegedly turning down their paychecks in protest of this company, where it very much seems these actors believe that they're just going to be AI mimicked and treated badly. Now, as a final exercise, I would like you to consider where we were in 2014, before generative AI.
I would also like it to point out that he's talking about reducing spend on Call of Duty, and he talked earlier in this video about how much he likes Black Ops 6, and that he's only not playing it because he's recording this video.
Before the complete assault of microtransactions, I mean, personally, I take it back to 2006, where I was there for the horse armor, I was there for the beginning, but no, think about 2014. Then think about 2022, just before the AI stuff was really about to explode and when image gen just couldn't be used for concept art. And then think about...
There you go. My bad, Larry. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah. His PC died. What's he recording this on if his PC died? His other PC?
Now, think about how quickly the advancement has been there, and if you're only thinking about Midjourney and DALL-E and the ones that we've seen in the West, you should take a look at what Tencent are doing. The models coming from China are genuinely impressive from just a computer science standpoint. They are going to wreak havoc.
Could be.
Do you think this will get better directionally or worse by the year 2034, in a decade? You see, a lot of AI doomsayers will tell you that it's about to hit a brick wall. And yes, Sam Altman, of course, is very, biased whenever he says there is no wall. Because, OpenAI, he's got every incentive to not have there be a wall. People say that purely scaling up compute won't work. And I actually think that's kind of likely, yeah. But I take a look at the new generation of ChatGPT. I take a look at the new Claude 3.5 Sonnet that does actually use some more chain of thought reasoning and how much better it...
The new, I believe he's referring to the O1 model, maybe the O3 model. I believe this might have come out before the O3 model drop, because it's a little bit older. December 22nd? No, probably. It could be. He could be talking about it.
Results are. I'm reminded of Moore's Law. So, for a long time, we got yearly claims that Moore's Law, which, by the way, would be the rough...
Moore's Law. Cool.
Doubling of compute every 18 months, and this held from, just off the top of my head, the 70s. It held for a stupidly long time. Yet there were yearly cries of, Moore's Law is about to stop. The compute is going to slow down.
Say it again.
But guess what happened? It sort of didn't. We got multi-core chips, different instruction sets, new manufacturing techniques and breakthroughs. Do you remember when GPUs were dominating Bitcoin mining only for ASICs, which basically are just purpose-made pieces of hardware? And basically the ASICs came and they would absolutely wallop GPUs when it came to just all of the number crunching involved in crypto mining. That's just the idea of fixed function hardware. Well, right now, multiple early stage companies are working on similar, right? Bespoke on the actual hardware AI processing that is, not a GPU. It could be the next generation of this. They could make the compute absolutely in that specific domain skyrocket. And that means that we should not think this will be fine. It's just a trend. Oh no, and I hate to be a doomer at this time of year, but it's absolutely not going to go better. All of these companies have shown that rather than increase the size of their internal art team and treat people better, they would rather just outsource as much as they can to keep cranking out the skins. Those very same companies with the...
I was one of those people, Simpsons.
Very same incentives will obviously replace people worth $100,000 a year with some compute time. I mean, come on. And that means this. The best that me and you can do is guard ourselves. And we need to make sure that we are supporting
Yay! Individualized solutions for systemic problems. These are my favorite.
Teams of artists rather than the executives that seek to replace them. Good luck, and at least you can know that me and my team will be doing all that we can to keep you in the loop on this story, because it's one of those ones that I think is generational.
Yeah, keep you in the loop. Still gonna play Black Ops 6. So this is a new something. I don't know if it's software or hardware or a combination of both. I think it's software, but I want to show you a digital art tool. Now, I don't know how much of this could be AI, right? I don't know, like, there could be some AI in this of some fashion. I don't know enough about digital art tools. But what I know is that there are people who, back when these kind of tools came out, were very adamant that people weren't putting in the proper amount of work. And when you can select an object and stretch it and guide it and do that kind of stuff, that's significantly less effort than manually drawing the thing from scratch. Now, I don't give a shit. Like, I love the fact that they're taking the UI and they're able to redesign the UI on the fly to, cater to their workflow. I hate using fucking terms like workflow because but they're able to change the UI. That sounds great. I don't even know what's going on there, and it looks cool.
In the 90s, our vision of the future included alien invasions of Earth, the colonization of...
So, yeah. Does this tool have generification slot builder? That's the, when they use it right here at the beginning. See? That's it. All right. I don't know who Addie is. I'm sure they're a lovely person. Is AI ruining the internet?
In the 90s, our vision of the future included alien invasions of Earth, the colonization of space, and highly advanced technology that would revolutionize humanity, creating a more clinical and minimalistic world. White walls, white furniture, and a Y2K fashion style. However, as we got into the noughties, the mainstream depiction of the future became more cynical. Films like District 9 showcasing a more modern retelling of an all too familiar enslavement and segregation. And the release of Pixar's WALL-E painted...
I swear to God, the audio is entirely them. It is not me. I turned it all the way up. I don't know what the problem is. You're a YouTuber. Why does your audio suck?
A grim depiction of our planet's future, ravaged by greed and overconsumption, with humanity left floating in space as nomads, their entire lives dictated by the moving of machinery. One of my favorite movies, Her, explores another look at a far closer future.
Why do I feel like I watched the other version of Her, like not the same version that they did,
where we start forming better relationships with AI than we do with each
How is like sound? Because I've got one. It's just the problem is I don't like going through and playing with the fucking audio, and like it's bad enough having to slide this up and down. Right? I have an audio Jim Jam right here where I can make it louder. But yeah, no, Zio, 100%. Where's my AI that normalizes audio across YouTube?
Each other. A delicate story about wanting to form meaningful relationships and bonds in an increasingly more isolating world. It's fair to say that our optimism towards
If I click the gear icon, there's a stable volume switch. There is a stable volume switch. Do I have to click it in a different way? Like I could turn off ambient mode. I don't know. He didn't say I could use it, right? Oh.
the future has always been
I'll
balanced
back
out
off
by
the
our
mic.
cynicism. When Apple's Siri first
Try and
launched in
regulate my volume
2010,
with
you couldn't
theirs.
go
You
online
can
without
turn it
finding
up.
articles trying to figure out if she was sentient. YouTube videos and forums
What
asking
up,
her
drone
her
specialist?
feelings or emotions or if she wanted to be free. Trying to get her to show a spark of humanity that we could identify as being individual.
Joey
People were
John?
fearing that AI was not only listening to us but could eventually replace us entirely. And yet now in 2024, AI is open to the public and available in the palm of your hand through apps like ChatGPT. AI can write your letter of resignation to your boss. It can roleplay as your favorite character and even sound like them. Hell, it can even draw better than you. We went from fearing AI to allowing humanity's obsolescence in the pursuit of profit. In the exploration
That was a bold admission that it can draw better than you, right? That's a hell of a thing to say. Normally they don't fucking so respect. Look, I'm handing out respect. Plenty of respect. Look at me handing it out. I'm like Spider-Man with the respect.
of an easy way out. AI is a hot button topic right now, and for good reason. And so we're going to be looking at some examples and case studies showcasing why AI is actively harming our creativity. Now, if you love feminine fashion, there is a good chance you've stumbled across the brand Selkie. Started in late 2018 by Kimberly Gordon, Selkie creates clothes inspired by historical fashion trends as well as popular feminine iconography. And as you can imagine, these dresses really hit their stride in the strawberry dress era of the early 2020s, gaining quick virality on platforms like TikTok and Instagram for one of their most iconic items, this being their staple iconic puff dress, a baby doll style silhouette with exaggerated puffy sleeves and a billowing bell-shaped bottom. Very whimsical, very feminine, and very much for the girlies. Now, Selkie claims to be a slow fashion and low waste brand, focusing on curated and limited capsule releases, as well as running popular items on pre-sale to avoid leftover stock, with Selkie's overall brand message being inclusivity, something which I do personally admire considering we are in a very micro trend and fast fashion based landscape. So you may be thinking, Addie, what's the problem? Why are we bringing up Selkie? Well, in January this year, Selkie announced its upcoming Valentine's Day collaboration, something which is always popular for a lot of the love core girlies. This nostalgic drop had a variety of dresses and jumpers, all of which sported pastel puppy and kitty prints, which are kind of reminiscent of what your grandma
Apparently, Shinku, like I didn't, I got set up and this is where we're at. And like, I heard something a few years ago about like tea being a thing. Like, I don't know if it's Bridgerton related. I know that there's a Bridgerton experience that you can do. But I think there's also like a high tea experience that people got into who are not me, so I don't know anything about it. Layerkin? I hope. I feel like I've asked this before. Welcome in. Microtrends? Yes. Yes, there's microtrends and fast transactions and microtransactions and fast fashion, and everything is moving at a higher speed than can be perceived by mortal man.
might buy at a boot fair. That kind of dusty pink nostalgia that you usually see with an older woman's touch. And as you'd expect, this collection sat at Selkie's typical price point, with jumpers starting at around £110 and the dresses starting at around £200. But allegedly, problems started when one keen-eyed follower noticed that one of the puppies had too many toes, a common symptom when you're using generative AI to create artwork. And so, very quickly, this collection began gaining a lot of backlash, with many customers and artists taking to Twitter and Instagram to let Selkie know that they were not pleased with the use of, at the time, undisclosed AI for this release. One well-established storyboard artist by the name of Amber tweeted, "Selkie as a brand has claimed they care about cutting their environmental footprint and
like it was brown and pink and had 4 black lines. That's what I saw.
supporting artisans that make their clothing. Using AI goes against both of these promises when they could support actual artists. And as expected, many mainstream news outlets like the BBC, Business Insider, and others decided to pick up the story and discuss the outcry. But in a surprising turn of events, the founder of Selkie, Kimberly Gordon, decided to double down on the use of AI in this collection, with the official Selkie Instagram stating in a comment reply on Instagram, "We understand that AI is controversial and our founder has researched it immensely. She is also a painter and artist and loves the future of AI. While some do not agree, she believes it's something awesome to experiment with and an incredible tool for students, artists, small businesses, and alike." But since this controversy back in January, Selkie
Do I have to adjust the settings on the fly, or I set them once, set it and forget it, and it just works? Read. 'Cause I got plenty of tool. Okay, perfect. That's what what I want to hear. Was that an ad read, or we're not done? I interrupted them.
have seemingly avoided
I'm sure Selkie went down in flames and everyone hates them and everyone burned their Selkie dresses and Selkie is no longer a thing.
all use of AI despite their initial positivity towards it, with their new collections, in my opinion, being far more based in traditional patterns and colorways, far removed from the life drawing style of this Valentine's Day collection. Now, I've never personally been in the demographic for Selkie, even during my more pastel era of fashion. I just found that the silhouettes and price tag really didn't match or flatter me. However, I do totally respect and empathize with people who like to support this brand, because to be honest, they're one of the only brands that offers genuine size inclusivity and representation, and also just a general diversity within their models, with some of the models being older women who typically get left out of campaigns for stuff like this. However, as somebody who also likes to support small businesses and brands, I would also feel cheesed off if my £200 polyester puff dress was actually generated by AI. In my opinion, I feel like Selkie has outgrown its ability to play the underdog card. Comparing themselves to students who just need a spelling check or to small artists just feels very out of touch. When you're charging designer prices for your items and being featured in publications like Vogue, Elle, and Glamour, you can afford to work with actual artists in order to make beautiful clothes. Now, speaking of small businesses, I actually want to thank the channel's first ever sponsor, the Bun Bun Shop. This kawaii-based small business
I'm sure that you're a lovely person. Is it super short? It's super short. I'll let him go.
business prides itself on being 100% made with human skill and love. All the designs are drawn by business owner Lena, with a small team on hand to prepare the orders and get them sent to you. They create everything from home goods such as their super cozy Sherpa fleece blankets, which have honestly been a godsend during the British winter weather that we've been having. Honestly, I sit at my desk with this on me in order to keep warm whilst trying to keep up with my editing, as well as cute customizable bags in a variety of colors and styles, with entirely interchangeable bows to match your specific aesthetic or vibe for the day. Hell, they even have cute stationery for you to get creative with as well. However, if you do prefer the darker things in life, then don't worry, because their new collection, The Black Witch, has got you covered, with both backpacks, shoulder bags, and home goods available, all sporting a darker gothic color palette with just a pop of cuteness. However, if you do like to shop for your merchandise in person, then don't worry, because they do also attend in-person events. So definitely keep an eye on their social media and website blog if you want to figure out where they're going to be next. As you'll come to see through the course of this video, supporting small artists and real small businesses is more crucial now than ever before. So please do consider checking out the Bun Bun Shop for...
True. This is something, and again, this is not something that AI can kill, right? Like the AI is going to destroy. No. They got their thing. They're doing their thing. What I mean when I say they get dehumanizing real quick when they go down this route. Now, the artist isn't an actual artist because they enjoy using AI as a tool. Absolutely. This is why I don't like the term real. It's not real AI. It's not real music. It's not real art. It's not real artists. It's a judgment call. Go fuck yourself.
All of your kawaii needs, and if you're planning to buy you or a loved one a cute treat this holiday season. And actually, on that same discussion of supporting indie artists, let's talk about how graphic tablet giant Wacom got caught using AI images to sell their tablets to artists. It's kind of ironic.
That was it? We didn't get a payoff on the Selkie thing. What happened to Selkie? Okay, so the last news is from January. I get some sales figures. $1.6 to $2 million in estimated sales. 912,000 to 1.1 million in monthly traffic. Average list price is $305. Yes, joint specialist, but do you only consume the real Coke that is supported by the real Coke commercials, or is there the AI Coke commercial Coke that you might be drinking? You got to be careful. There could be AI in your Coke.
Isn't it? Wacom is probably the most widely recognized name in the commercial digital drawing space, operating for over 40 years and providing the public with both expert and entry-level drawing tablets. You can find Wacom at your local tech shop, so for example...
Is it Wacom or Wacom? I'm being pedantic. Sorry, I just wanted to grab this and put this in here. You don't want a Coke?
Here in the UK, that'd be Currys or PC World, and the average starting price is around £35. If you're into digital art...
See, like, I don't give a shit, right? Like, Pepsi is sweet, Coke is, like, salty, I guess, on the, like, the scale. Coke is less sweet. Easy peasy. Like, that's it. I don't go to war. Well, wouldn't you want to be a pepper too? And there's Dr. Pepper. And there's, you should totally sponsor me, Mountain Dew, Amp, because I'm the only person on the planet who actually seems to drink this stuff. And it's amazing and I love it. And you should totally hook me up with free stuff and gift subs. What up, me? Mexican Coke? Yeah, I actually have. When I was doing my, when I was election worker, when I was working the election, a place I went for lunch is Authentic Mexican place, and they had the Sprite in the glass bottle with the real sugar. And I kept the bottle.
or are a digital artist, there is a good chance you have worked on or purchased a Wacom product before. And so you'd rightly think that
do you know Pharaoh, do you know the history of Fanta? Why Fanta exists? If you don't, just ignore me. You're not wrong, me. And it is in a bunch of stuff that I consume because America. And don't forget I said anything.
A company that directly markets to digital artists would have a huge contact list of people that they could collaborate with when it comes to their promotional imagery. Well, I'm sure they do, but for whatever reason, in January this year, and for some reason it's always January this year that a lot of this stuff seems to be happening, they released an email newsletter that featured AI art very prominently. The AI art in question were 3 separate depictions of the traditional Chinese red dragon. And at first glance, you might not see anything wrong with the images. But like with a lot of AI, the algorithms that tend to be used make mistakes that humans simply wouldn't. And in this case, there were inconsistencies with the dragon's teeth, the misalignment of their scales, unexplained additional features, or just the absence of necessary features, and not to mention some pretty cooked anatomy. These dragons were unmistakably AI, but confusingly were being used to market their New Year's sales of refurbished and popular tablets to their customer base. These all being tools that real human artists use to make real human art. And so, as you can very likely...
I mean, Pharaoh... Like, at this point, it's not making it. Well, Ghost just like that is a powerful cat, just right out of the bag. No, me. It doesn't. That's the thing. Like, you can tell me that it's bad. I know that it's bad, but I smoke cigarettes. That's not how that works.
Expect
yes, exactly that. That is what happened with Fanta.
People were not happy. Once again, leveraging the reach of social media to let others know that AI had to go.
Do you see anything off about this image? Maybe like the tail isn't connected? The teeth are made of fur? If you haven't heard, Wacom is currently under fire for allegedly using AI art in their advertisements. My name's Isabella. I'm a working illustrator. I've been in the industry for 7 years now. I have prepared myself to see more AI art.
I mean, I can do this all day, right? Yeah. They made more money in 2024 than they did, or more revenue in 2024 and 2023.
Art infiltrate the industry. However, I did not expect it from a company whose main audience is artists and creatives. By using AI art, it's entirely counterintuitive to selling their products. As a consumer, it's like, why would I buy a digital tablet if I can also just use a prompt and type in dragon and I instantly have this image of this weird dragon with a tail that's disconnected?
These are my favorite. These are my favorite. I got Ideogram still open. Probably. I'm the opposite of most streamers because I start off with a very small amount of tabs. And then it's the LUL. You can't. Not in my house. I start off with, I love you. That's a lie. And you know that's a lie. That's a goddamn lie. Dragon. You want to see something I made? Where's my creation? Just had this idea of like the knight and the squire and the spaceship. It was fun. This looks like some anime shit because they've got some weird ass weapon, right? It's some fucking like the sliver of whatever the hell. I don't know, but it doesn't look anything like this dragon, so I guess I'm right.
But still, I'm glad there's so much conversation around this topic. I think we should be calling out companies when they are doing things like this, specifically companies that should be supporting artists.
Although one thing that I always love about the online art community is that even in the face of controversies like this, they use it as an opportunity to get creative. With many artists speaking out on the subject, but also using it as an opportunity to recreate the dragons in a far, far, far better looking way. As you can see on screen, all of the redesigns that people came up with are significantly better than what Wacom pushed.
That is an aesthetic choice and is going to differ from person to person. It's entirely subjective
to their customers, and also just a far better representation of the customers that Wacom wants to market to. Now, Wacom quickly issued a public statement to their website on the 9th of January stating, "Dear Wacom community, you have pointed out to us that we may have incorporated AI-generated images into our New Year's marketing assets. We hear your concerns and questions. We know that you are upset and it has taken us so long to address the situation. We needed the time to investigate and get the facts right. We want to assure you that using AI-generated images in these assets was not our intent. Here is what happened. Wacom purchased these images through a third-party vendor where it was indicated that they were not AI generated. We vetted the images through a few popular online tools that also indicated that they were not AI generated. However, given the community's feedback, we are now not sure how the images were created, and for this reason, we are immediately discontinuing their use. We are very grateful to be part of the creative community, and we understand your feedback and collective knowledge in this field. We are grateful to be part of this creative community, and we appreciate your feedback and collective knowledge in this field, and for holding us accountable. As a partner for artists around the world, Wacom supports human creativity and strives to serve the community with integrity. We are reviewing and updating our processes so that we can avoid this from happening again. Thank you for hearing us out. Sincerely, the Wacom team." Now, when they refer to purchasing the AI images that they used in this promotion, one TikToker by the name of James Joyce actually discovered that these assets were available on Adobe Stock from a seller called Umer. And this seller's entire library of stock that they were selling on Adobe Stock was entirely AI generated, some of which not being fully disclosed as such.
Following the major backlash of these alleged AI promotional images, Wacom have finally released a statement. In this, they basically say that they sourced it from a third party under the impression it was not AI. They ran some checks to see if it was AI or not, and apparently it came back negative. And in light of the comments they received, Wacom are now claiming they're not sure how these images were created. But we kinda do though. The art community discovered that the likely source of these images was from a user on Adobe Stock, and it only takes a quick look, but it's very obvious that some, if not all, of these images are AI generated. If you don't believe me, just look at this one. What is up with this? I know a lot of artists are not buying this, because how does a world-leading digital art company not spot
You have to bring up Rob Liefeld again?
this a mile away?
Now, we did try to see if these same assets that Wacom used were still available on Adobe Stock during the editing for this video, and unfortunately they...
And I want you to understand, when it comes to comic books, Rob is just the easiest to shoot at. There are many artists who is like their art is, I find it painful to look at, right? Not that I don't like it, but it really like did you think that was done? Because it doesn't, kind of looks like shit. But you know, maybe somebody else likes it. I actually got that I can't. Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. Thank you for the follow. What's it? Ultraviolet. Garden RPG? Ultraviolet Grasslands. So I just found out about this game yesterday. And this person, this isn't it. Unless this is it. It looks like that. Here's some images. Where's the one? Can I complete this? What the fuck? Right? I can make a lot of the same critiques about this piece that people make about AI art. But I wouldn't, because I'm not an asshole. I don't know if this is a good game, but it's a passion project of the individual who created it. He had an idea, and nothing was going to stop them. And respect. I mean, look at dude's face. It's obviously AI created. Right? What is this blob here? Can we use AI to fight misinformation and disinformation, and how will we do so? Sorry if this is a derail, been having a difficult time. Post-Xmas, looking for positive linings. Yes! I got you, fam. What up? Big gains, big lifts. So yeah, those are two examples. One is from MIT, one is from the World Economic Forum, talking about exactly that, right? There are other examples where just inserting a AI chatbot into like a group chat also was able to like get people away from the disinformation and towards the accurate information. It's people believe that the computer is right, right? Using that to counter disinformation, I don't know whether or not that's ethical. I do know it favors my particular worldview, right? I can also see how it's like, you know, this king is a good king, but the next king might not be a good king kind of behavior. So what do we do? I don't know.
They seem to have been
Fucking
removed
free
entirely.
will.
However, Adobe stock is still full of generated AI images that are available for purchase. And in order to actually buy stock from a real human artist, you actually need to go into the filters of your search to make sure that you're not accidentally buying AI. But if Wacom's story is to be believed, some of these sellers are not disclosing that they are AI, and you may still be caught short. But despite claiming that they ran
The sellers aren't AI. We're not there yet. We're not at the point where AI agents are creating art and then selling it. That's coming. But right now, I'm looking. I understand it's gonna be a pain in the ass for you and me. When the AI starts, when agents, right, start doing something like that, creating art and then posting it to like Adobe's stock photo thing. It's gonna be a pain in the ass for you and me, right? Because there is going to be slop. Don't get me wrong, right? Humans create a lot of low quality crap that they try to push on other humans. The AI is definitely going to do it. What's hilarious is how it's going to overload the storage systems of companies like Adobe, who attempt to host all those fucking images created by all those different agents, created by all these different people who saw this dude's video about how fucking 5 easy ways to create $10,000 a day using AI. It's going to be wild, baby. Feel safe in the thought that we're only being exploited by real people. There you go. The silver lining.
And these images through multiple filters. I do wonder how nobody looked at these images and thought that they looked a little bit scuffed. Like, something is very obviously wrong with these pictures, and you...
AI art is not a good choice for NFTs. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of defeats the entire purpose.
Don't need to be a talented artist to see it. Not to mention that buying stock images for your promotion is still a bit weird considering you're a digital drawing tablet company. There's got to be a Twitter artist that you could have hit up in order to get promotion.
Again, AI coming in clutch when I accidentally like I wanted a cartoon monkey. I did not ask for the fish doctor. The fish doctor was a fun one. This is Herbert. Herbert the fish doctor belongs to Mouselander. Accidentally a bored ape, exactly. We got love for Herbert. Is Herbert art?
Images for a pretty reasonable price. However, that's not me trying to be accusatory, that is just my opinion. And if you thought this was an isolated incident, then think again, because Wacom are not the only company in the digital drawing space that have done this. Because its competitors such as XP Pen, Huon, and Yuji have all been caught in support or actively using AI in their promotional and marketing material. Huon allegedly offering paid courses for people to learn how to use AI in design, and XP Pen and Yuji both using AI-generated images in their marketing and promotional material.
Yeah, because Chinese don't give a fuck, dude. Chinese do not give a fuck.
Whilst also conveniently having the same excuse as Wacom when called out for it on social media, stating that they bought the images from a third-party seller not knowing that they were AI generated, which in my opinion is just a little bit convenient. This Twitter user was the only person discussing these issues online that actually had any evidence or proof of it happening. If I hadn't stumbled across their thread, I very likely wouldn't have talked about any other companies apart from Wacom in the digital drawing space. Because as much as there were multiple people talking about XP Pen and Huon's use of AI, I try not to include things that don't have any proof behind them. So big thank you to this Twitter user for actually providing coverage and evidence of this happening that I could use for this video. So now we're starting to see this pattern of...
Should I do this more? As I'm talking, do a head motion for every word? Is that a thing that attracts attention in the space? It's not a critique. I'm literally asking, like, is this a thing? Because as I move my head around as I'm speaking, it provides motion, and human eyes are attracted to motion, whether we wish to be or not. And then I could bring in the up talk, and we could just do this for the rest of the day, and everyone will pay attention to me. Yes, exactly. Well done, Pharaoh. That's exactly why they're there.
Companies replacing human creativity and innovation with easier and cheaper to produce AI alternatives. I mean, it's common knowledge that most companies are out to protect their bottom line rather than invest in individuals. However, this issue isn't just exclusive to paid products. Because right now on TikTok, there are hundreds of free-to-use AI filters that have directly stolen from artists. And even worse, at times have paid promotion behind them. So right now, my main social media presence is TikTok, and like many other people, it's my go-to for short-form entertainment and interests. So something that's been infiltrating my For You page hundreds of free-to-use AI filters that have directly stolen from artists. And even worse, at times have paid promotion behind them. So right now, my main social media presence is TikTok, and
God damn. 1 million followers.
like many other people, it's my go-to for short-form entertainment and interests. So something that's been infiltrating my For You page more and more recently is this use of AI filters. A popular one that I've seen in this past month is this almost grungy Y2K art style, with big Sampaku eyes and kind of serving the same energy as the early 2000s Steve Madden ads. And everyone from mainstream to alternative fashion style.
Was it? Yes, Larry. It's the people don't think about the words coming out of their mouth and as what those arguments mean, right? In their totality. They don't. Lacks a certain kind of consistency.
Was jumping on this trend to the tune of hundreds to hundreds of thousands of views, with captions like, "Oh my god, my new profile picture," or "Oh my god, I look so cute in this art style." But as the story always goes with a popular trend, the original creator never gets the credit, and in this case, the original artist, Jihad Illustration, was never mentioned. This particular artist has over 100,000 followers on Instagram and has done previous profile picture commissions in the past. And as you can clearly see, they have a very distinctive and rather familiar art style. The exact same art style that has been co-opted by this TikTok filter trend. Under one specific sound, there are over 13,000 videos posted, most of which featuring the filter that stole Jihad's art style with no credit given. If one of these videos can gain over 5 million views, imagine how much publicity and work Jihad has lost from having their artwork stolen. But realistically, who can they complain to? Who can they contact? Everybody loves to hype up a good old lawsuit, but realistically, you need the funds and time.
That doesn't follow. It doesn't follow. Right? Like, and that's their art style, right? Such as it is. I'm gonna just leave that there because I don't feel like digging through the internet to see if anyone else has that art style, right? Right? We're not doing that, Larry. We're not doing that. We're focusing on the second part of that. That somehow, because that filter got 5 million views, that took something away from whoever that Jihad something studio, right? Like, that doesn't follow because a filter is free and that studio, that artist, is not. You can't make the assumption that that person is losing money because something else is free. Because that person who got the free filter on their TikTok might not have the money to buy something from them. Now, how you feel about that, whether or not you believe that someone's access to capital should reflect their access to art, that is entirely up to you. Just saying that the argument doesn't follow.
Time to be able to do it. The average artist is not in a position to fight a lengthy legal battle, let alone pay all the associated fees or potentially not even win by the end of it. Unless TikTok or CapCut themselves can police these filters, artists like Jihad Illustration are left with very little room to do anything about it, having to watch as their art style is repurposed and reused again and again with no credit and no profit being sent to them. That is sadly the reality for a lot of art theft. There is no justice or police force that specifically helps artists. You are left entirely on your own, and unless you're very lucky, you are not going to be able to do a lot about it. The most you can do is make a stink on social media and hope that it spreads. I can also say, as somebody whose main source of sponsorships and promotion is through TikTok, that there are actually quite a lot of these filters that are part of paid campaigns, offering creators $200 to $500 on average to use these filters in a video for their audience. Even some sound promotions where you think you'd just be using the audio that they're paying you to use also require you to use AI filters that are currently trending in order to actually get the money and be part of the campaign. With the creator marketplace being more saturated than ever.
Right, because the trending. It's maximization of trending. It's why they tell you that you need hashtag whatever the fuck is currently trending, even though it's completely unrelated to whatever it is that you're posting on TikTok. You got to include whatever those latest hashtags, because that algorithm is hardcore, right? And if you want to be on someone's For You page, you better follow the goddamn rules. That includes whoever the fuck is paying $500 for a sponsorship. The algorithm doesn't give a shit.
Work can be thin on the ground. Sometimes these AI promotions are all that's on offer for months at a time. In fact, I'd confidently say that a lot of the TikTok promotions...
That too, Pharaoh, that's another great example, right?
The average creator gets pushed are heavily reliant on AI or AI promotion. I have turned down more paid work than I'd care to mention because of its heavy use of AI and the pushing of AI to an audience. But I say that as somebody with the...
What up? What do you prefer? Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge? Is it Landom? Welcome in. Never using TikTok? I'm on TikTok. I got 1,600 followers on TikTok. I got more followers on TikTok. Landom? Cool. I got more followers on TikTok than I do on Twitch. Check that out.
Privilege of being able to turn work down, something which many of my peers are not in a position to do. And so we feed into this toxic cycle of paid work where it's overly competitive, thin on the ground, and people are desperate for money. And because people need their income to keep the lights on and to keep themselves fed, they take the AI work, therefore normalizing AI to their audience, pushing it into the algorithm, but also making the marketplace more accessible for more AI promotions. And as much as I don't agree with it, I can't condemn people for it either. It's difficult knowing that what they're doing or promoting is directly harming individuals or potentially creatives as a whole in the long run, but also acknowledging that everybody needs to pay their bills. If you want to be freelance, sometimes you just have to take the work. And I'll also say that for a lot of people who have never worked in this field or haven't worked in it for a long time, it can be hard to understand. Content creation is not the cash cow that everybody likes to think it is. Post-2020, we saw the rise of more and more creators through short-form media like Instagram Reels or TikTok, but as a number of creators with high follower counts increased, the amount of work didn't. It is a dog-eat-dog world. There is always somebody who is willing to take less money than you for the same promotion. And for most people, they don't have that privilege and therefore feed back into the AI machine. And this all kind of brings me on to the last case study that I want to share with you. Something which has been explored and talked about more in...
So then your problem is not AI. It's capitalism.
depth by far more talented and established YouTubers than me. This being AI, YouTube, and social media accounts, aka content farms, aka YouTube slop. Now, while I was creating the script for this video, I ended up getting recommended a video by the creator Blooms here on YouTube. This video was a collaborative effort between Blooms, Johnny Two Cellos, LS Marks, and The Simpsons Theory. And the subject matter for the video was an investigation into AI content farms, with the main focus for that video being the channel Seric Artman, a YouTube channel dedicated to multiple weekly uploads dissecting South Park episodes. In Bloom's hour-long video, they provide a lot of evidence to suggest that Seric Artman's channel is in fact entirely AI generated, a certified content farm. From the voice of the channel who narrates the videos without any real inflection or understanding of what they're reading or how to deliver the jokes that they apparently wrote, all the way down to the clunky script and the soulless editing, the channel reeked of inauthenticity. And sadly, it's not the only one by a long stretch. The term YouTube slop has recently been coined as—
What does soulless editing look like? Is that like the last season of Game of Thrones? Like, I don't know, that little bit that I saw, like when I think AI content farms, I think like the phone style, fully AI rendered story about a cat who has a bakery, right? Like I am seeing some garbage, and like the AI ones where it's series of facts and it's that guy's voice and you know the one that I'm talking about, and it just all sounds like that, and he's talking about, you know, like whatever random fucking thing, and like, and it's just literally scroll by all that shit, right? Like I my search, I go to the YouTube search bar, you can see it, right? I can show you. I don't want to do it. I guess it's right there. I didn't even take it out. I type AI into the fucking search bar and hit enter, and then begin to scroll down the fucking thing. And there's the long form, like the AI grid, and there's a bunch of random shit from random garbage accounts. There's the weirdos who put like a nude image at the beginning of their video, and they're like Photoshop tricks is the name of the account. And then there's the foreign stuff, because AI also means something in other countries. So it's like, that's what I'm scrolling through. And y'all get the best content that I can pull out of all that shit. I don't understand how the content farms work. Oh, it's the people.
As a label for YouTube channels that feel lazy, shallow, inauthentic, or just plain bad. For example, commentary YouTubers who don't do any research and just give half-formed opinions on the situation that they're covering in order to enrage their audience in the comment section. And this term of YouTube slop absolutely applies to the text-to-speech or AI-generated YouTube channels. One example that I found in my own investigation is the channel Reddit Family Stories. Such a unique and inspiring name, eh? This fully text-to-speech channel
These actually strike me as putting some effort. This is nothing. You have nothing. You have seen nothing. Reddit Family Tales, I don't know what this is. I'm not going to look into it because it sounds terrible, but this is like, this is you mid. You have done nothing. Come with me. I will show you how bad it gets out there.
Reads off Reddit stories on a stock footage background, with these stories being very clickbaity or popular on certain subreddits. And these videos offer no personal opinion, no insight, no discussion, and the most basic of CapCut video editing. I recognize those auto-generated captions anywhere. And if you're wondering how this channel can be considered a content farm, let me show you. Because in the past 24 hours, they have released 6 full-length YouTube videos, with the minimum amount of time on one video being at least 20 minutes. Something which would be near impossible for the average creator or even a small team who work on an individual channel. Right now, the video that you're watching from me is a combination of around 6 days of dedicated work. That includes script writing and research, gathering my resources to show during this video, filming the video and reshooting the video when necessary, editing the video, and of course, planning when I'm going to upload it and hyping it up on social media. Making YouTube videos with any genuine passion or care is a craft like any other and requires genuine time. And yet, despite this, Reddit Family Stories has nearly 30,000 subscribers, and with the views that they get and the amount that they produce, are very likely
You have 1 million followers on TikTok, and you're complaining about a 30,000 Andy AI account.
Providing a livable wage from their AdSense revenue. I also feel the need to add that their banner art on their YouTube channel is very obviously AI. Even from a distance you can tell, but the closer you get, the worse that it looks. I don't know what is happening with this image. It is atrocious.
I'll give
Not
you
to
that
mention
one.
that their community posts are also really weird and completely irrelevant to everything that they do or talk about. Very, very lazy content, but still get a decent amount of engagement. These AI-heavy content farms have infested.
And that's it. That's where the thinking stops. Very lazy content, but they get a lot. I'm sorry. Let me.
Atrocious. Not to mention that their community posts are also really weird and completely irrelevant to everything that they do or talk about. Very, very lazy content, but still get a decent amount of engagement. These
What does that tell you? My favorite hip hop commentary channels openly state that they use AI to help generate their scripts, and yet it's literally better than like 90% of the commentary on the subject. Samson's, one can make an argument.
AI-heavy content farms have infested YouTube. Sometimes they are really obvious and easy to spot, and other times, like the Cedric Artman account, they can be rather uncanny, siphoning quick and cheap views for easy revenue turnaround.
But you don't know that the Cedric account is AI. You just believe that it is because some AI investigators went after the channel, and they made a convincing argument. And maybe it is, right? Like, I mean, fuck. There are people that do kids content that do very little, like this one guy. Oh, what was it called? None of you have children like this, so kids show googly eyes hands. Ubi. Don't fucking tell me about this was a show.
Up next on Defunctland is Defunct TV. Defunct TV enhances viewers' understanding of children's media production of untapped potential.
Oh, you really went all in.
She's aged, their fingers began to slowly curl inward. Grandpoo would develop the catchphrase, lovely.
Kids. Lovely.
The puppeteers took
No, it's apparently defunct. And now I know that there's a defunct TV, and this is I'm glad to know about this. I hope 2 million viewers or subscribers, what have you. Getting carpal tunnel, yeah. That's Ubi. This was a thing. Well, anyways, but no, tell me more. Tell me more about AI.
And TikTok is also facing this same issue. At least a couple of times weekly, my For You page will pull a Reddit text-to-speech video that has Subway Surfers playing at the bottom. Hell, I even had one of my own older TikTok videos stolen by an AI chat company and repurposed for their advertisement, covering up the text that I had in the original video to add their own and imply my endorsement of their company. All I could do was report it to TikTok as copyright infringement, and it took them like 4 months to do anything about it, and that was about...
Yeah, well, that's that's against the law. You can't use someone else's likeness to imply that they like your product and are endorsing your product without a contract. That's against the law. And that's not all you could do, but what is a thing that you could do. And it wasn't the copyright infringement aspect of it, though I guess it is copyright. I don't know. Somebody like something like that.
It. I had no other form of recourse apart from speaking publicly and saying, hey, I didn't endorse this, I wasn't paid, I don't believe in this company, and I definitely don't recommend that you support them now. And again, I'm not the only creator who has experienced content theft like this. Over on Twitter, an account named FurKiwi has gained 9,000 followers just by posting AI-generated images of anime and furry characters. And specifically, they seem to use their own custom algorithm for these images and offer it as a service.
Oh, it's not the right kind of work. You didn't do the right kind of work. You need to do a different kind of work.
Over on Tensor Art. And not gonna lie, it's scary how good some of the art on that account actually is. You'd really have to look very closely to even try and figure out that it was AI generated. Wow. And clearly I'm not the only one who thinks that, because this Neko Miku post that they made had over 22 million views and had people super divided. I reckon if they weren't transparent
That's not how Twitter's views work, dear.
About being an AI art account, people may not have realized that it was AI art. It also makes me wonder how often people like this are approached by companies for under-the-table art. How much profit can somebody make with no human skill required? Although just like the AI Wacom dragons, I was happy to see a lot of artists taking to Twitter to redraw this Neko Miku in their own art style. Once again, going to show that human hands are indeed...
So a bunch of artists went on and stole somebody else's work. Do you hear yourself when you speak?
the best tool that any artist could have.
Oh, Samsons, don't poke the bears. They're probably a very nice person.
The thing is, I'm not inherently against AI. Just like any other technology.
There it is. No. They do this every single fucking time. We go 3/4 of the way through the video, shitting on AI, shitting on AI, shitting on AI. Now we're going to talk about all the great things that AI does. This is a meme in and of itself at this point.
Technology, it should be there to assist humanity, offering opportunities to people who may be struggling with disabilities or learning a new skill, and of course assisting talented people in a skill that they're already proficient in. AI should help artists rather than take away work from them. AI should assist audio technicians rather than taking away work from voice actors.
So all these things really, again, reinforce the point that actors should be doing performance. You shouldn't have AI reproducing it, even for world building stuff, I would say, because even the world building stuff.
Capitalism. There are those of us who have been aware of the crushing grind of the gears of capitalism for some time. I am sorry that it finally got to your toes and is dragging you under, but the rest of us have been here. Yeah, but you say that about anybody.
The little incidental characters that walk along in the world, you can still have these happy accidents in those minor roles of like just people saying hi, good morning or whatever. You can still get another take on it, and you can still get some interesting things happen that you can't program, that you can't use AI for. So anything that supports the actor, that enhances their actual performance and just makes it easier to put that into the actual game engine itself, I'm all for it. DI4D is a good example of that.
As somebody who studied film and video editing in school and university, I don't want or need AI's help when it comes to making something creative. But if you could get a plug-in AI that could automatically control and level out exposure across all of my footage and frames, it would save me a lot of time and effort without taking away away any of my own hard work or skill. I don't want to spend extra time keyframing the exposure in certain clips because the video wavers. If an AI could do that for me, it wouldn't take away any of my own storytelling, but would assist me with something that is otherwise quite tedious. And by AI saving me that extra time, I could put it towards other projects or a quicker output. Once again, without taking away any of the control of my own work. AI isn't evil because, simply put, it has no capacity to be evil. Humanity created AI. The real issue is when companies are seeing AI as a replacement for staff, artists, or collaborators. We're currently living in a climate where the biggest film and animation studios are currently laying off a lot of in-house creatives in favor of cheaper and outsourced work, or just removing departments entirely. In just this year, we've seen the closure of Rooster Teeth, who were responsible for the anime series RWBY, which resulted in 150 permanent staff being laid off. EA and Sony combined have laid off over 1,500 people amongst their game division. Even some of the biggest and well-funded animation studios like Pixar have made permanent layoffs and cuts. Now, am I saying this is solely a consequence of AI? No, of course not. I understand that there are a many number of factors when it comes to layoffs and what companies decide to do in order to make profit. However, we are seeing big name companies warming up to the idea of AI and the developing quality of AI output. And so the skeptic in me feels like very soon.
Right. Which is why I understand when I say shit about the union thing is great, but it's not doing the thing, and then some of you run away. I understand that it offends your sensibilities. But this is why, right? It's happening.
We're going to see a lot of creatives being stripped away in favor of cheaper labor. Or
we need to get AI to make us an AI bingo card.
Or just AI generated material. You know, there's a wider issue in the valuation of art when my friend who makes all of my PNG tuber art and my background art that you see in this video is charging £25 for a fully rendered commission and receives comments like this. £25 is too much for a simple drawing, or AI is free and will do it better.
As an artist, are there any artists in the audience at this point in time? Because motherfuckers will say this shit. They are the biggest one of the biggest problems with being an artist is the goddamn customer. Right? They don't give a shit how much time and effort and love and passion you put into the fucking thing. They don't. I assume, Samson's, based on my own experience, it's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Before AI, right, as it currently exists, before 2022, this is a fucking thing. You know, can you do it for less? I'll pay you an exposure. It's a whole fucking meme.
Too much for a simple drawing. Or
yeah, that's why, like, I don't even engage with it anymore. If somebody sends me an invite, you know, to have a conversation and we haven't interacted anywhere, I'm just ignoring the request. Because I can't give you the respect of treating you like a human being because you've been crushed by capitalism to the point where you're desperate to make any kind of commission and you think that this is the way to do it. And there's 1,000 other people. Yeah, I don't even, I would do that. I would actually try to engage them in casual conversation until they brought it up. And now I don't even do that anymore. I just, boop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, like Rooster Teeth was, they put a lot of their money into making their content and just never got properly compensated to continuing to do it. I'll take anybody's phone calls. I could count the number of people who I would answer the phone if it rang on one hand.
AI is free and will do it better. For context, my friend works full-time and does her artwork in her free time, like most artists. And so if a fully rendered commission takes 2 hours with no redraws or changes, that's £12.50 an hour, which is minimum wage for the artwork. Although according to some commenters, even minimum wage is too much to ask for an artist nowadays. I guess this is my point. I'm not here to engagement farm by fear-mongering AI to you.
No,
I do not believe that AI will become humanity's overlord.
You are. You did. It's too late for all that noise. It's too late. This is 10K likes and 126,000 views. That ship has fucking sailed, homie.
Start erecting marble statues to Siri. But I did want to show with a couple of key examples how quietly AI has changed our opinion and value of real art and skill. In the same way that fast fashion has
I could like assemble the number of creators who have done their AI is ruining the internet video. Like, so it's not quietly doing anything. Like, y'all are loud. Y'all are loud as fuck. And I don't get 126,000 views on anything.
Completely altered the way that we consume fashion and the way that we perceive value when it comes to our clothing. The same story that a lot of small fashion designers will hear.
Like, I'm almost tempted to do use an AI voice changer, right? Run a script talking about how AI is ruining the internet or whatever. And see, like, because I think I could do it better. You know what I mean? I feel like I could hit all your emotional cues, and I could do it in a way that had that fucking impact, because I know exactly what you people like at this point. And not y'all, them. And then just do it with like a VTuber skin and an AI voice, but like done off my own voice so it sounds human. And like, I feel like that would take off. But I have integrity.
Is people telling them that they could find their work on Shein for pennies, so why would they pay the actual price of the work? People don't value fashion or art or skill like they used to. They don't know how to value it anymore. When what you want doesn't require any knowledge or skill or time spent, people can assume that the time is meaningless or valueless when somebody does have that skill. And that's simply not how it works. Why would you buy a crochet jumper from the small artisan at your local craft fair when Shein can offer a crochet jumper for £4? Despite the fact that crochet always has to be handmade, never by machinery, meaning that the hands making the crochet that you find on Shein are not being paid properly. As somebody who works within this industry, albeit...
And that's why, like, we're like the AI anonymous of... well, I'm not, obviously. But the rest of y'all come in here, and it's like, I was never here, right? Don't bring up what we saw in Globus's channel in X other channel, because I don't want to have that talk.
As a content creator, I genuinely do worry about how we're consuming AI and also the lack of media literacy that goes alongside it. Not to mention that deepfakes and AI crime is becoming more and more common. If we let AI fill roles that were made for humans, future generations may no longer be studying the art made by Van Gogh or the stories made by Lovecraft. Instead, they're going to be studying the uncanny work made by a computer. And that's...
I mean, as part of the timeline of art, yes. But, like, it won't go away. And did she say Lovecraft?
Deepfakes and AI crime is becoming more and more common. If we let AI fill roles that were made for humans, future generations may no longer be studying the art made by Van Gogh or the stories made by Lovecraft. Instead,
oh, honey. Oh, my sweet summer child. Do you know? See, you acted too early, Samsons. You should have posted in their chat or in their comments what was Lovecraft's cat's name. Oh my God. Let me know if we need more. Anti-AI meme arguments, bingo card, free PDF, printable game. I love it. Oh. Oh yeah, no, I can add a bunch of shit to this. Where's too many fingers? I guess it's robotic errors, but oh.
They're going to be studying the uncanny work made by a computer. And that's not a future I want to invest in. But let me know down below, what do you think of AI art? What could AI be?
And I love how people, it's not real art, but they always call it AI art. So if it's not real art, then why do you call it AI art? And that's why they call it AI slop, by the way. Because when they say AI slop, you know what they're talking about. And then you're going to do your outro. I'm sure she's a very nice person. Yeah. But you didn't know, Ghost? I feel like... Oh, I feel like I'm just letting off shots and clipping people who are going through life basically innocently, and I'm just fucking it up. You've got 60,000 subscribers and 5 videos. Do you delete your old shit or something? Are you one of those? He was very racist. No, but there's Fanta and now H.P. Lovecraft's cat. Like, I feel like I need to get something else in before the end of the episode so I can complete the trifecta, right? There's a hat trick. Oh, God. All right, don't move. Don't run off. We're going to raid out. Stick around for the raid. You know how this works. I hope to be back tomorrow morning, as long as everything goes the way that I hope it goes. There's always a possibility that it won't. I'm doing computer stuff. When you do computer stuff, you're taking your life into your own hands. Do. I mean, I rarely get to raid. And then I see somebody I rarely get to raid, and it's like, oh, cool. And then they're playing Fortnite, and it's like, what the fuck? I'm raiding Levelhead. What up, Kippa? So if I don't see you tomorrow morning, then I will probably see you tomorrow afternoon, and I will definitely see you in the morning on New Year's Day. You can ring in the New Year's on Twitch with me and some AI news in the morning. How does that sound? And in the meantime, Drink your water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Always remember, Shoggy loves you. So do I. Be great.